I can hear you.
JD.
Hello, hello.
Which
The border is
Balbir. Okay.
224.
Manoj, the mic is not working.
Can you come?
Yeah.
It's on.
It's on.
How am I gonna give signal to a car?
Yeah, can you be outside then? Just wave at him, yeah. Yeah, yeah. You just wave at him every time he says wide or something like that.
Can you see? Hold on.
Sure.
Can you speak on?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I can hear.
You can hear? So we are good? Okay. So I can talk now?
You can.
Yeah, okay. Do you have like a online scoring thing? So I know the names. So I'll know the names of. Okay.
That's where I wanted to cover. Actually, we have this.
Oh, easy, easy. Just get an online thing he's giving me, so I know the names of the players.
Perfect.
What content.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Oh, in the match settings. Where is the source?
Hello, hello. Okay.
The scorer is there. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll get that one. All right, so looks like a beautiful day.
Let me find out from Saki.
North is batting first. So we have Balbir steaming in for his second over. The ball is pitched up and well left by Shahid. Shahid Shehzad is a proven opening batsman. He's been opening for a long time since his formative years. At the other end, Darshan Tumkur. He is someone who has been active at the club level. So let's see what sort of partnership they come up with. The keeper is standing up to the stumps. In comes Balbir. The ball is pitched slightly short, but Shahid tried to cut the ball, could not get to it, and good wicket keeping by the wicketkeeper. The conditions are overcast, so we might see a little bit of swing. The ball is pitched up and it's driven to the covers. A very good single. Good understanding between the openers. There's a little bit of breeze. The weather looks good overall. No sun. There was a little bit of moisture initially on the wicket, but looks like it's eased out now. In comes Balbir. He's pitched it short and just a dot ball. Sort of a sedate start by North, but the important thing is they have not lost any wicket. In comes Balbir. Oh, that's a good ball and a good over by Balbir overall. So at the end of 3 overs, North are 5 for no loss. Alright, we have the next over. Dot ball to start. The openers are playing very cautiously, which is important at this moment. If they can see off the new ball without losing any wickets, batting will get easy. So we have the second ball of the over, right arm over. Pitched up and that was a good ball. Straight to point. So another dot ball. Mohammad Hamza has started well. He's someone who gets the ball to swing a little bit in the air. Ball number 3, oh, that's actually down the leg, so that's a wide. The first extra for the day. Let's see what happens on the next ball. The ball is pitched up, driven through the covers, and a good single. It's important to rotate the strike, which is what the openers are doing. It's good to see. So we have 11 runs on the board. It's the 4th over. Mohammad Hamza coming in. The ball is pitched up, beat the bat. The batsman tried to glide it to third man. So a dot ball. Yeah, overall the conditions look good. It's a nice day to play cricket. The passion seen amongst all the players is inspirational. Mohammad Hamza coming in. Oh, looks like the batsman was not ready. So it's a dead ball. Alright, we are ready for the next ball. In comes Hamza. Oh, that's a good ball. The ball was on fourth stump. Nothing much the batsman could do about it. Lucky not to get an edge. Good keeping by the wicketkeeper who's standing up. Like I said in the beginning, there is a little bit of swing in the air. The breeze is helping the bowler as well. Last ball of the fourth over. Hamza coming in. That's a good leave by the batsman. So at the end of 4 overs, we are 11 for no loss. Alright, so now we have Shahid on strike for over number 5. There's Balbir to start with a dot ball.
But the scoring is okay, right? Yeah. Like putting the runs on the right batsman? Yep.
In comes Balbir.
Not Darshan?
Second ball of the over. Oh, that's well balled and a good defense by Shahid.
What's the score now?
2 dot balls to start. Openers are trying to settle in.
We have to close the door because he don't come in.
We have a first slip, waiting for an edge.
Actually,
Balbir coming in. The ball is short and it's beautifully square cut through the covers. That's a boundary. The first one of the day. Good shot by Shahid. That should give him some confidence. Yeah, the field looks pretty good.
We should have a flag or something.
We do see a first slip.
can you able to see it? I'm not
We do see point, covers, mid-off.
You know, we should what this
Alright, in comes Balbir, the next ball.
light or something.
The ball is pitched up, it's a full toss, driven towards mid-off and a quick single. Good running between the wickets again. The openers are focusing on rotating the strike, which is key as well. So the next ball we have Darshan on strike. We have a square leg, we have a mid-wicket, mid-on. Just a standard field. Darshan getting ready, in comes Balbir. Oh, that's a good ball and there's an appeal for caught behind, but the umpire is not interested. Looked like it may have come off the bat, but doesn't. The umpire did not feel it, so not sure whether there was an edge or not. But it was a good ball nevertheless. Yeah, Balbir is keeping it tight. He's bowling on the fourth stump. In comes Balbir for the fifth ball of the over. It's a full toss and played towards covers. Dot ball. So actually it's the end of the over. Maybe there was an error in the scoring. So after 5 it's 16 for no loss. It's a good start by North. West have won the toss and decided to field first under overcast conditions. Alright, so
next bowler comes up just to make sure.
Shahid on strike. Hamza coming in. That's a good ball. Shahid tried to play it towards square leg, took a leading edge, but lucky not to that the ball did not carry towards a fielder. Hamza is bowling his third over. He's been economical in the first two, having given just 5 runs.
No.
The keeper is trying to make some changes, probably sending mid-on a little further back. In comes Hamza. That's a good ball and well played by Shahid. Forward defense. I think it's going to be important to get some wickets up front because otherwise it might be a long day in the field for West. Hopefully they can make use of the overcast conditions, and probably with the new ball there being some swing that might help the opening bowlers. Hamza coming in for the third ball of the over. That's a good ball again. The ball came in, but well played by Shahid, and a quick single towards mid-on. As I mentioned, I mean, rotation of the strike is something that the openers are focusing on. And it's important as well, whether it's a lefty-righty combination or 2 right-handed openers. If you rotate the strike, then it does affect the rhythm of the bowler, as he's not bowling to the same batsman basically. All right, the 4th ball of the over. Darshan on strike. Mohammad Hamza coming in. That's a good ball. Appeal for LBW, but looks like it was going down the leg. Good call by the umpire. Darshan tried to flick the ball, missed it because of the swing. Lucky not to be stuck in front of the stumps. Alright, so Mohammad Hamza is bowling a good length as well. Not seen a short ball from him, keeping it tight. In comes Hamza for the 5th ball. Again, that was a very good ball. The ball swung in the air, came in towards the batsman, and very well played by Darshan. This time he played it in the V, which ensured that he was not struck on his pads. It's a good opening spell by both the bowlers, but the batsman up to it. Oh, that's a good ball. The ball was slightly back of length, but Darshan somehow managed to play it off without any error as such. Alright, so it's the end of the over. It's the end of the over. We are 17 for no loss in 6 overs. Let's see if we have a change in bowling. Looks like there's a change in the bowling. New bowler coming in. Dashrath is going to come in to bowl.
He's coach of the West youth team.
Oh, Darshan is actually Dashrath Sankhe is the coach of the West U team. So a lot of experience there. He's trying to set up his field with the captain. Alright, so in comes Dashrath for his first ball, left arm round. White ball to start outside the off stump. This will be a different angle for the batsman coming left arm round the wicket. Let's see if Dashrath can get the ball in towards the right-handed batsman. Oh, that's a good ball and well played by Shahid, and again a quick single towards mid-wicket. Good running between the wickets. Dashrath has a slip. He has a wide gully, point, covers, mid-off. There's a short cover. We do see square leg, mid-wicket and mid-on, a wide mid-on. Alright, now we have Dashrath bowling to Darshan. Well bowled and well played. Dashrath played it straight back towards... Darshan played it straight back towards Dashrath. We do see Dashrath angling the ball in towards the right-handers. Next ball. It's wide outside the off stump and well left by Darshan. Dot ball. Trying to induce an edge, but Darshan was up to it. He ensured he did not fall for it. In comes Dashrath for ball number 5. Short ball played towards covers and a quick single.
That's first run for him.
Okay, so Darshan has finally opened his account after 20 balls and his team is cheering for it. And that's why he had the bat up in the air. Dashrath is coming in now to Shahid. That ball was short and Shahid played it towards point and a quick single and good backup at the other end towards square leg.
Ozair is the fielder.
There's good rotation of the strike, which is obviously good to see. So we have had 4 runs in the over with 1 extra, 1 being a wide. Let's see if Dashrath can finish strong. The last ball of the over coming up. And that's a wide outside the off stump. It's sort of interesting. This is an angle that not necessarily openers would face always, especially with the new ball. We do see left arm bowlers angling it across, left arm over. But here comes Dashrath for the final ball. That's a good ball and nicely played behind square on the offside, and they get a couple more runs. So at the end of the 7th over, North are 24 for no loss. Looks like the umpire gave 1 run shot. Alright, that's the over. All right, first ball of the 8th over. Hamza bowling his 4th. It was played towards Gully and a good single by Shahid. So I would also want to welcome Mustafa, who is the fellow commentator. Morning, Mustafa.
Good morning, Nikhil. And good morning to all our viewers watching this match live from MUSA Stadium. A beautiful facility here in Houston. First game between North and West. And interestingly, the openers are still out there, and I just saw a loud cheer for Darshan, who scored his first run after 20 odd balls. So a lot of cheering going on. Imagine when he hits the 50, there will be some people running towards the batsman. If they can cheer for the first run, big things to come. But these two in the middle, playing cautiously. Again, there was a wide heave. I think the scoreboard pressure is getting to him, but the other batsman, Shahid, coming in, having a word with him.
Hamza. Yeah, looks like Shahid is trying to ensure that Darshan doesn't play another heave. Oh, he went for it again, and he's actually lucky. The ball just went on top of the stumps. Again, Shahid coming in to have a word with Darshan. Probably telling him to play straight, maybe. It's a 40-over game, so there's a long way to go for the openers. Alright, in comes Hamza. Oh, that's a good ball, and well kept by the wicket keeper. Swung in the air, came in, beat Darshan again. Final ball of the over coming up. Just 2 runs of the over so far. Again, it's a good ball, and this time it's well left by Darshan. 8 gone, it's 25 for no loss.
So a good stable start. Both batsmen, Shahid on 19 and Darshan on 3. 25 for no loss. It's a 40-over game. Slight breeze going on, so good for bowling conditions. And as you saw in the last over, Hamza was bowling some good lines to Darshan. And Dashrath is going to come in to bowl from the pavilion end. His action reminds me a bit of Mitchell Starc. Here's that action. His right arm goes up and the left arm has a little bit of a pause before delivering the ball.
Yes, that's a good observation. I do agree. Not quite sure about the pace, but it's awesome to see him running in. He was very quick when he was a little young, and I'm sure like now when he's coaching the kids, it's a great experience for them.
He's still young. I think 50 is the new 20. The way he's bowling. He's 65, but the key thing is he's still holding the batsmen and not allowing them to score freely, which is what the captain probably expects from him. And again, a loud appeal. That's umpire Donald here from the pavilion end. The other umpire is Curtis, the square leg umpire, both very experienced umpires for Houston Cricket League. And he's attacking the stumps. Like, this is second over, he's not wayward, he's bowling stump to stump, and he's trying to get the batsman to take risk. And that's what his strategy is. He wants to hit those pads when the batsman misses. Again, this one is a little short, cut towards point, slight misfield there, allowing the batsman to run for a quick single.
Yes, the running has been good overall right from the beginning. Good to see rotation of strike. So Dashrath is bowling good lines, trying to get the ball in towards the right-hander. And like you mentioned, Mustafa, no loose balls, so it's good to see. In comes Dashrath for the next ball, his fifth ball of the over, left arm round. And it's a wide ball outside the off stump, well left by Darshan. Darshan has taken a few balls to settle in, but hopefully now that he has been there for more than 25 balls, he can play long. And it's good to see overall the weather conditions perfect for cricket today. In comes Dashrath. That's a good ball and played towards point, tried to get a quick single, but good fielding there and a good throw towards the wicket keeper, so no run.
Talking about that throw from here looked like a bullet. Uzair, are you sure he's over 50? But yeah, overall good fielding here, good bowling. Again, outside the off stump, not giving enough room to the batsman to free his arms and go for that cut shot straight to the fielder. And again, end of a very good over, very economical from Dashrath here. And Darshan here is at 28 balls, just 3 runs, and Shahid 20 of 26. Score moves on to 27 without loss. A very slow and cautious start. I'm sure they have a target in mind with the bowlers they have that they can restrict. They can score about 200, 225 and defend that total. There's no sense of urgency here. Both batsmen taking their time, making sure, keeping wickets in hand. It's a 40-over game. A lot of batting to come, and they can really take some chances later on in the innings when the ball gets old. And reminding you that we're using 2 new balls from both ends, so each ball is just 4 overs, 4 or 5 overs also. Again, a lot of shine on the ball, and both bowlers, Hamza and Darshan, taking good advantage of the conditions, bowling good lines.
Yeah, Hamza has been really good. He's now going to actually bowl his 5th over, I believe. He's been bowling from the beginning. Yes, he's been 4 overs, 7 runs. So it's been a very good spell so far from Hamza. He's going to run in to bowl his 5th over. And it's testimony to his fitness, just to bowl 5 overs on trot and maybe more. Let's see what happens in this over as he runs in to bowl to Shahid. Right arm over. Oh, that's a good ball. There's a leading edge towards point, and it's a very good catch. So we have the first wicket down. Shahid has got out. Ozair again. Ozair has taken a fantastic catch. The ball was in the air. He had to run a little bit towards the other side. So we have the first wicket for Hamza, and it's all due to his tight lines. He's getting the ball in. So the first wicket has gone down for North, and now they are 27 for 1 in the 10th over. Shahid might be a little disappointed. He was looking good. He was on 20. He had got a few boundaries, but unfortunately he tried to flick the ball towards square leg, took a leading edge, and the ball popped up towards point, and a good catch by Ozair. So we will have the new batsman coming in, Auden, at number 3. So it's a good breakthrough for West, having won the toss and opted to field. They needed a breakthrough up front, and Hamza has provided that in the 10th over.
Yeah, as we talked about, good line length, and finally turning into a reward for Hamza, as Shahid was trying to hit this over mid-wicket, got a leading edge, and ball just ballooned towards point cover area where Ozair took a comfortable catch. As the new batsman Auden walks in, Auden is coming in at number 3. Presently he plays in Brooklyn, New Jersey. And by profession, he's an IT trading floor analyst. So he's got to trade some runs for the team and make some good trades.
Yeah.
And he's got to make sure that the non-striker Darshan is on the same page with him. As Hamza will continue. Again, a good delivery. And Hamza thought that was nicked, but the wicketkeeper was not interested. I feel like that with the pressure on and very few runs on the board, they might benefit from having some more close-in fielders, maybe another slip, as Hamza is bowling some really good line and length. We've got the international curator, Mr. Samuel Plummer. A lot of hard work went in. Again, this one on the off, just hit towards the cover. So what do you think, Nikhil? What's a good total looking at the conditions and the bowling lines here?
Yeah, I think looking at the score, it's around 30 or so in the 10th over. I think they should at least target something around 180, 200. Looking at the outfield, looks like the ball will travel. It might get a little easier to bat, maybe depending on the weather. But something around 180 plus might be a good score. Talking about the curator, Mustafa, I think the curators have done a great job. They were up there before the game, getting the pitch ready and ensuring like we have everything ready before the game. There was a little bit of moisture in the air, but that's sort of eased out now. And Auden is playing well. He's in there. He's playing in the V. He's trying to ensure like they see off Hamza, probably his last over before he takes a break and comes back later on, maybe for his second spell. Auden does have a lot of experience. He has played in the past for Middlesex in UK, Hampton. He's played in West Indies as well, in some over 50 tournaments. So he's been pretty active in the cricket circuit, because besides his IT profession as a trade analyst. Good ball there by Hamza, sort of beat Auden. And that is the end of the over. It was a wicket maiden, a very good over by Hamza. So at the end of 10, North are 27 for the loss of 1 wicket. It's going to be a good day overall. I think Dashrath is going to continue bowling his 3rd over now, from the pavilion end. Sort of interesting. I mean, Dashrath coming into the right-hander with a left arm round angle, and from the other end they also had Hamza, who was trying to angle the ball in towards the right-hander. Both sort of getting the ball in, but from different angles. So that was something which was a test for the batsman, and Hamza was rewarded with the first wicket. So we'll have Darshan bowling now from the pavilion end, the first ball of the 11th over. And we have Darshan on strike. The ball was pitched up and Darshan tried to heave it across mid-wicket. Lucky that the ball did not hit the stumps, and it's 4 byes. The keeper was standing up. Maybe the ball was a little bit quick. The keeper sort of missed it and the ball traveled back towards the boundary. So lucky for Darshan, because the ball would have easily hit the stumps. He tried to play it across. Nevertheless, 4 extras, 4 byes for North, and they moved to 31 in the 11th over with 5 balls to go. So yeah, Mustafa, as you mentioned about Mitchell Stark, I'm sure Dashrath is definitely getting that angle going, and he is bowling with decent pace for sure. Darshan is finding it difficult. Let's see what happens on the next ball. Good ball, and this time it was well left by Darshan. But again, the angle is something that is a challenge for Darshan.
A very fast outfield here, as you just witnessed. In the previous delivery, missed the stumps, missed the keeper, and raced away to the boundary. So I think if these two can take their time and wait for the middle overs, they can certainly get some runs, and that's a wide. I guess it's commentator's curse, as we were talking about his good line and length. And then next ball he bowls a wide. So how many times does that happen? Pretty much all the time.
That's what they say, the commentator's curse.
Yep. As O'Dane wearing some fancy color pink or red gloves. And that's gone. Cleaned him up. It was a beautiful delivery again, angling in, and Darshan tried to defend the ball but threw him, and that's a good wicket for Darshan. And Darshan wasn't looking comfortable out there. He was taking his time. He had a lot of hits and misses, but this time he was just trying to defend the ball and threw his defense. So that's the second wicket down. Shahid, and now both openers back in the pavilion.
Yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful ball. It certainly was angling in. Darshan missed it completely. Like you said, Mustafa, he was not looking that comfortable, and cleaned him up. I mean, beat him for pace. The angle took it in. He missed. He was lucky to survive the first ball where he went for a heave, and that ball went for 4 byes, but not this time. So now North in a bit of a trouble. They are 32 for 2, and we have Dilip Chauhan walking in at number 4. This has been a good change to get Dashrath in, and all the bowlers have been bowling tight lines, very few loose balls, and that's where the pressure has been generated, and a couple of wickets back to back in successive overs. So suddenly North are on the back foot. It's going to be a challenge, it looks like, to get some runs. It's important. O'Dane and Dilip, they get a partnership over here. That's going to sort of ease some nerves in the dressing room. Let's see. I mean, it's the new batsman on strike. He might take some time, and Dashrath has his tail up. So let's see what happens on the next ball. Dilip just getting ready, looking at the field. There is a slip. There is a short gully. There's point covers. There's extra cover on the outside the 30 yards. Long on, long off. We do see mid wicket and square leg as well. In comes Dashrath, left arm round to Dilip. That's a good ball, and it's a good single by Dilip. He played it towards long on, and good rotation of strike. So we have Mark O'Dane on strike now.
Easy single there, and not sure why they've taken the long on and long off for the new batsman. Those two fielders should be inside the circle because both batsmen are new, and Dilip was playing his first ball, and that's probably the easiest thing to do, is to hit towards long off and get an easy single. Again, Mark hits this toward backward square leg, where the square leg fielder runs after it, just a single. So the more close-in fielders will put more pressure and will entice the batsman to go over the top, and with these good lines and length, it will be difficult to hit them over the top. But must be a different strategy implemented in the middle, as Darshat will continue. He got a wicket of Darshan in this over. Again, that's a good delivery and an appeal.
Oh, that's it.
And that's gone. That's gone. It was hit the bails, and Dilip was trying to leave this ball as the ball just slightly came in with the seam and hit the stump. So that's another wicket down. So 2 wickets in this over for Darshan and Dashrath, and it's a lot of pressure. 34 for 3. And we've seen 3 wickets go down in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Dashrath has been really on it right from ball 1. And I believe he's coaching the Colts team in his area. So they are really lucky to have a coach like Dashrath, because we see over here he's bowling with a lot of experience. He's bowling tight lines, and we can see the results. I mean, he's already got a couple of wickets. He's steaming in. He's getting the ball to angle into the right-handers, and it's creating trouble for North. I mean, they're already 34 for 3, and this is just the 11th over. So there's a long way to go, but like we spoke earlier, Mustafa, North needs a partnership right here, and at this moment West are completely on top, and their decision to bowl first has been justified by their opening bowlers. So a very good toss won by West, and the captain must be happy to have 3 wickets down in the 11th over with just 34 on the board. So we have Sanjay Pandya walking in at number 5. Sanjay is a very experienced player. He is someone who even now plays actively at the club level in New Jersey. He's a very good all-rounder, very good middle-order batsman, plays in the V. So it's probably the right choice at this moment from from North to send Sanjay in. And let's see how this goes. I mean, it looks like after his first spell, Hamza is taking a break, and we have a new bowler coming in. The bowler is Sohail Khan. He's trying to set up his field. And as you mentioned, Mustafa, now they don't have actually they do have long on and long off, so probably that's just the ploy the captain believes in. He feels that Auden might just go down the ground for a big shot, and it's a spinner. So Sohail starts with a dead ball, a white ball actually outside the off stump, a little bit short. Looks like he's trying to get his rhythm in. He's a wrist spinner. In comes Sohail. Oh, it's a good ball right up there. Very well bowled. Good defense by Auden. That ball is short and played towards covers. Dot ball. Sohail was lucky to have that as a dot ball. Probably Auden missed out on that one. That ball is well pitched up, but again it's outside the off stump. Well left by Auden. So 2 extras already in this over. Let's see what happens on the next ball. The ball is short and again played towards covers. Auden taking his time, and rightly so, with a loss of couple of quick wickets. Next ball. Oh, that was good. That was well bowled and very well played by Auden. The ball kept a little bit low. It was right on the stumps. And Sohail rushes through his overs. He's already in his 5th ball of the over. Well bowled again. Well played by Auden towards point. So 5 balls done for the over. probably in less than a minute, I guess. Last ball of the over, well bowled, pitched up, good shot by Ordain, played towards covers, a risky single, but in the end they make it. So at the end of 12 overs, North are 37 for 3, and that over was actually completed in 2 minutes with a couple of wides. So easily the quickest over, and that's definitely going to help the over rate for the day. If Sohail bowls his full quota, we'll see him rushing through the overs. Alright, Dashrath coming in to bowl his 4th over. He's got a couple of wickets already. Ordain to face Dashrath, left arm round. Angled it in, well played by Ordain on the back foot towards covers. Dot ball to start. Alright, Dashrath coming in to bowl his 2nd ball of the over. Ordain on strike. The ball is pitched up and a good leave by Ordain. Again, good length by Dashrath. Angling it in, bowling tight lines, making it difficult for the batsman to get the easy singles or get those boundaries. Good cricket overall. Alright, Dashrath coming in to bowl his 3rd ball of the over. Oh, that's a good ball, but it's a no ball. He's overstepped, it looks like. Again, Mustafa, it's sort of a commentator's curse. Dashrath was bowling well and probably overstepped a little bit, trying to get some extra pace and zip across off the pitch. And it's a free hit for Ordain. The field stays the same. In comes Dashrath, it's a free hit. Ordain tried to heave it towards mid-wicket, but it's just a dot ball. So, well bowled by Dashrath. He's keeping it tight. He varied his pace on this ball because it was a free hit, showing his experience with the ball. Fourth ball of the over coming up. Ordain on strike. Well bowled and well played by Ordain. So it looks like North are focusing on getting a partnership here, not necessarily looking at the run rate or trying to get some runs, which probably makes sense as well. Having lost 3 quick wickets in the last few overs, it's important to get a partnership. Fifth ball of the over coming up. Ordain on strike. Played it towards long off for a single. Probably the fielding captain can think of getting the long off and the long on up towards mid off and mid on, maybe, as you were mentioning, Mustafa, just to stop these quick singles and rotation of strike, probably build more pressure on the batting team, because at this moment that is one of the areas where they are getting some singles. Final ball of the over coming up for Dashrath. We have Sanjay on strike. Oh, that's a good ball, and Sanjay actually played it with soft hands, which ensured that the ball did not carry towards slip. There is a first slip there. It's the end of the over. It's 39 for 3 in 13 overs. Alright, Sohail Khan continuing his over. He's already 4 balls into his second over. That ball is a wide ball outside the off stump. Well left by O'Dane. Another extra for North. And Sohail is rushing through his overs despite a couple of extras. Well bowled and well played by O'Dane. He's playing it in the V. No shots across the line. Sohail to bowl the final ball of his over. Well bowled. That ball was a little bit slow. Well played by O'Dane. Tapped it towards short third man. Good running between the wickets. Good call by Sanjay. It's the end of the over. 14 gone. 43 for 3. Alright, Sohail finished his second over again. It was probably in less than 2 minutes. He's just rushing through his overs. On the other end, Dashrath will continue from the pavilion end. We have O'Dane on strike, Sanjay at the non-strikers end. At this moment, West are right on top. Dashrath is coming in to bowl his 5th over. O'Dane on strike, left arm round. They have a first slip in place. Oh, that's a good ball and well played by O'Dane towards point. And Ozair, very quick there, but good running by Sanjay. It's a quick single. Could have been a little risky, but they were up for it. And the batting team is cheering the quick single from the pavilion. Good to see. Good cricket overall. Sanjay on strike now. Dashrath coming in. That's a good ball again. That ball kept a little low. Took the outside edge. Sanjay playing with soft hands. Lucky did not carry towards slip. Fell a bit short. And it actually ran away towards the third man boundary. So lucky escape for Sanjay. And he gets 4 runs for that. A little unfortunate for Dashrath because that was a good ball. So 4 runs on the board for North. Sanjay stayed on the back foot. The ball kept a little low. Again, good ball by Dashrath. He's bowling his 5th over, but it doesn't look like, I mean, that's testimony to his fitness. I am hearing that he's 65 years old and he doesn't even look 55 the way he's bowling at this moment. So he's certainly an inspiration for all the youngsters that he has been coaching. In comes Dashrath, well bowled, and this time Sanjay played it well towards gully. Sanjay has been a good batsman across the circuit. He's actually very active even now at the club level. Plays for Galloway Cricket Club in Atlantic City. He's actively involved with the team. He's one of their main batsmen in the middle order besides his handy off spin. In comes Dashrath, well bowled. Oh, that was a good ball, and Sanjay sort of left it well in the end. Very easily could have got an edge towards the keeper or first slip. So Sanjay actually sort of bowls mixed bag. He also bowls leg spin when he's bowling. Alright, Dashrath coming in to bowl his 4th ball of the over. Left arm round. Sanjay on strike. That's well played. Straight back towards the bowler. Sanjay taking his time, trying to ensure Nod doesn't lose any more wickets, and trying to stabilize things for his team along with O'Dane. It's a role that Sanjay does play very well, even for his other teams across different leagues that he plays in New Jersey. Alright, we have Dashrath coming in to bowl to Sanjay. Well left. That's a good leave by Sanjay. It was a good ball, but Sanjay was up for it. Left it outside the off stump. End of the over. 15 gone. 48 for 3. Looks like we have the first drinks break for the day. So we'll be back soon in a couple of minutes. Alright, we have the second session starting after drinks. North are 48 for 3 in 15 overs, 3.2 runs per over. It's interesting to see, we might have a change in bowling over here, it looks like. Might be a change in bowling. Sohail was bowling well, but looks like there's a change now. Yeah. So it's going to be over number 16 in this first game of the day, West versus North. The bowler is trying to get some fielders set in the right areas, discussing with the captain, probably trying to ensure like he's bowling to his field. He has a long on, long off, first slip, short third, point, covers, mid wicket. It's left arm round. It's slow left arm. So it looks like this is going. Dharmesh Shah. Dharmesh Shah is the new bowler. He's slow left arm coming in. That's well bowled. It's a good ball and well played by O'Dane. Straight back towards the bowler. So overall, it's good for the team. Third ball of the over, left arm round. Again well bowled, and O'Dane was up for it, playing it straight back. Looks like the spinners are rushing through their overs. Sohail Khan was bowling his overs in less than 2 minutes. Looks like Dharmesh is going to do the same. Ball number 4, and it was short, and it's a very good shot towards deep square leg. No fielder there, and that's a boundary. It's a good hit by O'Dane. No risk. Pulled it towards deep square leg. First boundary for O'Dane. Good shot. Cashing in on the loose balls. The first loose ball from Dharmesh. But O'Dane was up for it. That'll give him a lot of confidence as they are trying to build up a partnership after the loss of 3 wickets. And it's 50 up for North. 52 for 3. 2 balls to go in the over. Again, that's wide outside the leg stump. The keeper missed it. Probably a couple of byes plus the wide. So 3 wides maybe. Yeah, the umpire is signaling as a wide. So it's 3 wides. Dharmesh just missing his line a little bit. So suddenly they've got 7 in 4 balls in this over, and the pressure has been released to some extent. 55 for 3. 5th ball of the over coming up. That's a good ball. Again, he's back to his regular length. It looks like Dharmesh. Well played by O'Dane. No need to take a risk. He's already got 7 in this over. Final ball coming up. Alright, well played by O'Dane. He was up for it. 16 gone. 55 for 3. And now we'll hand it over to Jaideep, who will take over the commentary for a bit for the next stint. Thank you. Welcome, Jaideep.
All right, thank you so much, Nikhil. Great job at the commentary box so far. Okay, the match seems to be very interestingly poised. At the end of the 16th over, North Zone are 52 for 3. North Zone are in a little bit of trouble because they've lost 3 wickets. Ideally, you don't want to lose more than 2 wickets before the 15th over mark, especially in a longer format. And they haven't had a very aggressive start, so they don't have too many runs on the board either. And looks like Afroz Ghaffar is into the attack. A very experienced bowler, Afroz is. He plays for San Diego Cricket Club in Southern California in Division 2 pretty regularly. Very accurate bowler. It seems like the first ball he just conceded a couple of runs, stroke down to square leg. A bit of a loosener to begin with. But you'll see as Afroz gets into his groove, he's a very accurate bowler, very wily. He can bowl on a dime, and you'll see him bowl consistently for long spells. A seasoned campaigner, and he plays throughout the season in Southern California, and he's also used to playing on turf pitches, which itself is pretty rare through the US. Now we have a great facility at the MUSA Stadium here in Houston. MUSA Stadium was actually one of the first pitches in the US to have a full-fledged facility. You see that around you. And I think Houston is pretty blessed to have such a great facility over here. Afroz with another great ball, well flighted, well pitched up. Nothing much the batsman can do there except defend and respect the ball. A short and wide one, but again just defended to the point fielder there. At this point, I think what North Zone has to do is try and build a long partnership. So these two batsmen, Mark O'Dane, having spent some time at the crease, having played about 30 deliveries, needs to take ownership of this innings, has to be the settled batsman, try and bat through the inning. And Sanjay Pandya, who's just joined him a few overs earlier, has to try and maybe up the ante a little bit. But both these batsmen have to play at least until the 25th or 30th over, ideally. And Afroz just having bowled a very tight over. Started with a loose delivery, conceding 2 runs. But after that has been pretty immaculate with his line and length. And as I said earlier, he's going to get into his groove, and it's going to be very difficult to score some runs off. The Ramesh back into the attack, starts with a shorter ball that Mark flays to long gone for a single. A wide ball outside the off stump. The batsman didn't want anything to do with it. Now he's back. He's got his line. Dharmesh, also another cricketer from California. He plays in SECA. Regularly plays cricket in SECA for his club, as well as in another league called the Corona League. He's someone who is another seasoned campaigner, very experienced, very accurate, and he's not someone who flights the ball too much. He's usually you see left-arm spinners go after the mold of Bishan Singh Bedi, toss it up, use flight and guile. Dharmesh is a little flatter in his trajectory, but is very, very accurate. He drifted down the leg there and allows the batsman to guide it down to short fine leg for 2 runs. The North Zone are going at a steady pace. And it's important for them to conserve wickets at this point and build a partnership. That's going to be goal number 1. And Sanjay and Mark are doing a great job so far, as Sanjay plays it back to Dharmesh to finish the over. So as you can see the scorecard in front of you, Mark O'Dane at 11, having faced 31 balls, and Sanjay Pandya is on 9, having faced 18 balls. Afroz is going to continue at the pavilion end. Afroz discussing with his captain Janak Patel, making a slight change in the field there. I think he wants long on to be a little straighter. Or actually, it's deep mid-wicket, moving him towards cow corner. Maybe they're planning a trap. Maybe they're planning to entice Mark to hit him over deep mid-wicket to create an opportunity there. Well tossed up, and Mark had no clue about that one. He's going for a wild heave. Almost fell into that trap that they were setting for Mark. Mark is a very flashy batsman. He plays regularly in New York and in the Northeast. A short ball, short and wide outside off stump, and Mark just hits it to deep extra covers for a single. As I was saying, Mark plays pretty regularly. He's a very passionate cricketer. He not only plays cricket in New York, but he also hosts a podcast, a video podcast. He interviews a lot of ex-cricketers, current US cricketers, so very active in the cricketing circle. As Afroz bowls a wide, outside off stump. Seems like Afroz hasn't settled into his rhythm yet. Normally a very, very accurate bowler. Tossed up delivery. This time very accurate, and the batsman doing the right thing in respecting that ball and defending it outside off. Now that is the line on this pitch. If you've observed so far, this pitch has something in it for the bowlers. The ball is gripping a little bit, turning a little bit, not square, but it is offering something, especially for the spinners. So it isn't very easy for the batsman to play through the line. The ball isn't coming onto the bat as a lot of these batsmen, especially from the North Zone, expect it to, because they're used to playing on AstroTurf pitches where the ball comes onto the bat. When they come in to turf pitches, it's a bit challenging for them. And Sanjay just guides this ball to third man for 2 runs. No slip in place, so shots like those are always on. Glances and cuts, fine edges. Good ball by Afroz to finish the over. So the end of 19 overs, the score is 65 for 3. I think North Zone is making a comeback there, and as expected, as any team at this situation should, they're building a steady partnership. And this partnership, in my opinion, is going to define this inning of the North Zone. If they can hang around until the 25th over, 30th over, and maybe score at about 4 to 5 runs and over, they would have done the job of rebuilding the innings. And the last 10, 15 overs, they can get a little more aggressive and try and get to that 200 score. That, again, for a 45-over game, that's what they're expecting to score, is about 200. And I think on this pitch, 200 is a bit above par. And Dharmesh continues. At the Balkis end, starts with a tight, flat delivery. No room for the batsman to use. Another tight ball, but this time he changes line to a bit outside off stump. Mark isn't used to playing on turf, isn't used to facing these slow left-arm spinners. So he's finding it a little more challenging as he beats the bat. The beautiful ball by Dharmesh to beat the bat of Mark O'Dane. Mark taking a little bit of time, having faced 3 good deliveries by Dharmesh. Another one, shortened the length this time, but same result. Mark tried to force the ball through the offside, try to cut through the gap within the infielders. Another tight delivery by Dharmesh. 5 balls, 5 dot balls on the trot. He's building up pressure on Mark. We'll have to see if Mark breaks and goes for the wild heave. No, he doesn't. Mark says, no, I'm going to respect you and take a single and keep strike so I can face another over. A very tight over by Dharmesh, just giving 1 run off that over. The previous over by Afroz went for a few, I think 4 or 5 runs, so this was a good comeback by the West Zone. The advantage of having spinners, especially in a longer format game, is they can run through the overs pretty quickly. They don't give any breathing room for the batsman. So the batsmen have to be very smart in keeping the scoreboard taking by rotating strike and making sure they don't respect the bowler too much. And they make sure that they score at a constant pace. If not get boundaries every over, at least get singles and doubles and get 4 to 5 runs an over. If not, the confidence of a spinner can keep building. And Mark this time sweeps the ball over square leg for 4 runs. That is a beautiful shot. He uses his brute strength and makes sure that Afroz is off his line and off his length, more importantly. That is one thing that I've observed, especially among the batsmen so far, is they haven't used their feet as much and they haven't used the crease as much. And using the sweep shot, especially against spinners, can disrupt someone who's very consistent, can disrupt their line and length. And that's what you have to do against spinners. Make sure they don't settle in and bowl consistently at a spot. It's very important to disrupt their line and length. And normally batsmen that use their feet, that step down, use the crease, make sure they go back and ensure that the batsman is constantly guessing and needs to keep changing the line and length, which means that they're not settled and they disrupt and the rhythm of their bowling is disrupted. And Mark taking his time, making sure that the bowler now feels a bit of pressure after the boundary. But Afroz is like I said, an experienced, wily campaigner. He's not going to be too phased about being hit for a boundary. And Nikhil is back with me at the commentary box. Nikhil, what do you think of the situation so far? What's your assessment? How do you think the North Zone are doing as far as the score is concerned?
Yeah, thank you, Jaideep. Looks like there's a boundary towards extra cover. Good shot there by Sanjay. I'm sorry, by Odain. Yeah, coming to your question, Jaideep, looks like North has got a good partnership going here after the loss of 3 wickets. They've got some stability and now they're cashing in on the loose balls. A couple of boundaries in the last few overs. And as you mentioned, I mean, this partnership is key to getting a big score. In a 45-over game, something around 180, 200, if you have wickets in hand, you can always cash in the end overs. The bowlers are trying their best. They're bowling good lines, but the odd loose ball here and there, Odain and Sanjay are cashing in. Left arm round. Afroz, that's a short ball. It's played towards deep mid-wicket. Good fielding in the deep and just a single. So 75 for 3 in the 21st over. Coming closer to the halfway stage. Looks like if they keep wickets in hand, they can target the 200 run target, which should be a good one. That's a ball short outside the off stump, played towards extra cover, sweeper cover for a single. Good rotation of strike now. They have settled in. Both of them have played a few balls after the quick loss of wickets, and now they're trying to ensure they have a good partnership. Sanjay batting on 11, Mark Odain on 22. Final ball of the over coming up. Afroz. That ball is short, slightly short. It's played towards the mid-wicket boundary and it's gone for a very good 4. Good shot by O'Dane. He's trying to cash in now, cutting loose. The score is 80 for 3 in 21 overs and looks like they're on course now. O'Dane batting on 26 and Sanjay on 12. Yeah, the MUSA Stadium, a very beautiful facility. One of the older facilities in Houston. As you mentioned, Jaideep, something that Houston cricket is blessed with. A beautiful day today, no sun, slight breeze, perfect conditions for cricket. After winning the toss, the West had started well with 3 quick wickets, but now not getting back. So, yeah, looks like an interesting few overs coming up. The next few overs would define the target. We have Dharmesh continuing left arm round. It's slightly on the leg side. A quick single, good running between the wickets, good understanding between Sanjay and O'Dane now. So, yeah, you are mentioning about the experience of Dharmesh. Looks like that's going to come in handy now, especially with this partnership building up, Jaideep.
Absolutely, especially what happened in the last over. Mark O'Dane, having spent a considerable time in the crease, really cut loose in the last over, dispatching 3 boundaries. So he seems to be playing or showing the signs to play the dominant role, and he seems set for a longer innings. And it's really up to Dharmesh and probably the captain Janak Patel, who's probably going to be into the attack at some point. I think they have to do a better job in containing these batsmen. The key for the West Zone, on the other hand, is to pick another wicket, is to see if they can break the partnership. As Dharmesh bowls another tight ball, Mark O'Dane has found Dharmesh's bowling pretty challenging because Dharmesh hasn't really given him any width, and he's been pretty accurate as compared to Afroz. And as you see, another really tight, flat arm ball by Dharmesh, making Mark's life hard. But the key for Mark is to show patience, as he has done so far in his innings. Make sure he picks his matchups. His matchup with Afroz has been good so far. And Dharmesh, with another skiddy arm ball, traps Mark O'Dane finally, who has throughout his innings struggled to face Dharmesh. He thinks that it's a shorter ball, so he goes for the pull shot, but he completely gets beaten, and it was a pretty straightforward decision for umpire Curtis Best there. And this is a very, very key wicket for the West Zone. They've been looking to break this partnership. The 2 left-arm spinners have been looking to break this partnership for about 7 to 8 overs now. And they finally get a break that the West Zone have been hoping for. But for the North Zone, this is not ideal. Having lost their set batsman in Mark O'Dane, who played a pretty good innings there. I mean, he spent some time at the crease. He spent almost 45 deliveries, having scored, pretty well made 25 or so. It's up to the lower order batsmen now for the North Zone to make sure they take the momentum that Mark O'Dane has created, especially in the last over with the 3 boundaries, and ensure they don't lose another wicket. That's key. Mark O'Dane's 12-run over has ensured that they're good for the next 2-3 overs. So they don't need to try anything silly. They need to make sure that they start a new partnership. And up into the crease now is Mark Wright. And talking about experienced cricketers, Mark Wright is another experienced cricketer coming from Boston. He lives in Maine, but he plays or has played all his cricket in the Massachusetts State Cricket League. One of the best wicket-keeper batsmen in the U.S., has represented the Northeast region for a long time, back in the late 90s. Is from South Africa originally. And is one of those gentleman cricketers that you associate cricket with. And Dharmesh just pulled a very tight over. And Nikhil, well, I mean, that was a very important wicket, having dismissed Mark O'Dane. but he showed some glimpses of great skill and great shot making ability. Right, Nikhil?
Yeah, that's right, Jaideep. Mark Odain was looking really good. It looked like Sanjay and Odain are going to get a big partnership. But as we discussed, Dharmesh's experience came in handy. He got that quicker one to skid through. Looked like it's a short ball, but it was not. Odain tried to pull it, missed it, and he was right in front. It's a crucial wicket at this juncture for West. 81 for 4, the game in balance, halfway point of the inning. Mark Wright, as you mentioned, I mean, from South Africa, a lot of experience. I think he picked up cricket initially in Orlando, Florida. And it looks like he also represented University of Florida when he was in his young days. Not that he still looks fit. So hopefully he can have a good partnership with Sanjay. Afros to continue. Over number 23, coming left arm round across the umpire. Slower one off the pitch, defended by Sanjay. Oh yeah, the captain Janak Patel has come in. Apologies, it's not Afros. There's a change in bowling. Janak Patel getting himself on. It's a good change, as Jaideep was mentioning. Slower through the air, but he bowls good lengths, and it's going to be a challenge for the new batsman Mark Wright. Let's see whether he'll be up for it. 4 wickets down. Sanjay will play a crucial role here. I have actually played with Sanjay. He's active in the Jersey leagues. He plays for New Jersey, a team called Galloway Cricket Club. He's like their rock in the middle order. Plays a similar role that he's sort of playing over here. He values his wicket, puts a prize money on his wicket, ensures he's right there. A good spinner as well, which might be useful maybe in the second inning. But for now, the main thing is to get a partnership with Mark Wright. That was a loopy full toss. I mean, it was in the air, not looked like a full toss, but that was well flighted. Came down right in front of Mark Wright's eyes. And Janak has started well his first over of the day. Again, a very good ball, leaving the batsman slower off the air. Well played by Mark Wright. So this is going to be a crucial phase in the inning, because if they can get a partnership here, that's going to define crossing 150. Again, that's well flighted, very well bowled, played towards long off for a single. That's the end of the over, just 2 of it. 23 gone, 83 for 4. And it's oh, I'm sorry, I think it looks like there's an extra ball. There's one more ball to go. So I think there's some error, lag in scoring. Looks like it's 3 balls up. Well bowled, leaving the batsman well left by Sanjay. And that's the end of the over, yes, finally. So 23 gone, and it's $83 for 4. Yeah. So Jaideep, what do you think it can be a par score looking at the wicket? And also, what's your assessment at this moment with the score being, with not being 4 wickets down? What should they ideally target, which can potentially ensure that they are in the contest in the second inning?
Yeah, I think it's about the halfway mark now, and they're on 81 runs. I think typically the way you format or construct a one-day inning, especially in a 50-over inning, for example, is you double the score what you had at the end of 30 overs. That's typically the plan. So if you look at that, they ideally need to target about 220 or 230, given the situation they're in. But the thing that's not helping the North Zone is the number of wickets that they've lost. And the fact that Dharmesh is bowling a very, very good spell, very tight spell, is making run making very, very difficult for for the North Zone, as Dharmesh drifts down leg a bit, conceding a single. But I think the West Zone have made the right move. Janak Patel, the captain, bringing himself on the other end, because Afroz was conceding a few runs. Not typical of Afroz, who is normally a very, very accurate bowler. But because of COVID, a lot of these cricketers have been out of action, haven't been getting a lot of practice, a lot of game time. And as you know, cricket, like any other sport, is a confidence game. The more a bowler or batsman bowls and bats, and the more game time that they get, the more confidence they get. Dharmesh with another tight ball, but you're absolutely right. I think Sanjay Pandya is going to be key here. At this point, he is the set batsman. He spent some considerable time. The scoreboard is up in front of you. Sanjay Pandya scoring 14 runs of 28 balls. So any batsman, especially on this wicket, which is not very easy because the ball's not coming onto the bat, it's important for the batsman to spend some time in the middle, to really understand the pitch, understand the conditions. And that set batsman is very important for that batsman to play till the end. Make sure that they play the anchor role. And North Zone could not have asked for two better batsmen. Mark Wright, another batsman who's very tight in his defense, very compact player. He's been like that throughout his career. I've played against Mark mostly in the Massachusetts State Cricket League. Like I said, one of the best keepers that I've seen in the US, but also a pretty tight batsman. He's not very flashy. He doesn't go for big heaves and slashes, but he gets the job done. Very effective. Primarily a defensive player, but a very effective player. And Janak Patel just concedes some runs outside the off stump. Mark cuts the ball. Another well tossed out ball, and Mark does not want anything to do with it. Mark is going to spend some time out in the middle. He's going to make sure that he defends the ball as much as possible, and like I said, he's not going to try anything flashy. That's what is important, especially given the situation for North Zone, is for their batsman to spend some time, as Mark tries to leave that one, but just beats the outside edge. And talking about Janak Patel, the captain of the West Zone, he is another one that is very, very experienced and is very familiar with turf pitches, and that's going to come in handy. He runs a club in Southern California called the Inland Empire. He's got his own minor league team called the Master Blasters. So he is very, very active, very, very passionate cricketer. He owns a vineyard in Temecula, Maurice Carey Vineyard, a beautiful vineyard. Spends a lot of time there. Like I said, a very passionate cricketer, but also a very passionate and smart businessman. As he finishes the over, another tight over for the West Zone.
Yeah, one of the things Janak is doing is he's taking the pace of the ball when he's bowling, which is making a big difference. Not giving any pace to the batsman with which they can work to get some runs, making it tougher for Sanjay and Mark both. But they are up for it. They are trying to ensure they are not playing any loose shots. So we have the next over. It's a white ball, so a white ball, an extra to start with. Not quite ideal for Dharmesh, but he's been bowling a good spell. He's in his 6th over now, given away just 15 runs and picked up a wicket, the key wicket of Mark O'Dane. First ball of the over after the wide, well played by Sanjay towards point, dot ball. Sanjay has to be there right till the end to ensure that North put up a respectable score. As you mentioned, Jaideep, they've lost a few wickets. Well bowled, played towards slip. One of the things that Sanjay does very well is he plays with soft hands. Even in the beginning of his innings, there was a couple of edges which did not carry towards slip. He was lucky. Oh, that's a very good shot towards long on. That's gone for a boundary. So Sanjay picking the correct balls, ensuring like he's cashing in and rotating the strike as well. A very good boundary for Sanjay over here. So fourth ball of the over coming up. Sanjay on strike. We have long on out now. That's well bowled and just tapped it towards mid-wicket. Looks like West are rushing through the overs with these spinners. The over rate is definitely not an issue here. That's well bowled, tossed up, straight back towards Dharmesh. Most of the time Sanjay will play in the V. He will ensure like he's minimizing the risks when batting. Final ball of the over coming up. Over number 26. That's well bowled. Just tapped it back towards mid-wicket. 26 gone, 89 for 4. And looks like North are on their way to hopefully having a good partnership here. Mark has played 15 balls. Sanjay has settled in nicely, got a boundary in this over. Already faced 34 balls, batting on 18. So we'll have the captain continuing. Janak. It's very important to watch the ball right till the end when Janak is bowling, because he doesn't give any pace to work with. So you don't want to play a shot where you're trying to hit a shot and you're already into the shot and it's popping up somewhere towards the close-in catchers. First ball of the over coming up. Well flighted, well left by Mark. So Janak has started really well. He's leading from the front sort of, right from his first over. Well tossed up, played through covers, and that might go for a boundary. The longer fielder is chasing it. Good chase, a couple of runs, good cricket overall. That was a good shot, played towards covers. So Janak is into his third over and he's given away just 4 runs. Very economical, bowling good lines, no loose balls. So the batsman has to create a shot and work on the game. Oh, well bowled. That was good again. It's cut towards backward square for a couple more runs. So looks like this over Mark is trying to get into rhythm. Already scored 4 of this over in the first 3 balls. Janak does have a slip. He has a slip in place. The keeper is trying to adjust the angle to ensure if a catch comes up, the fielder is ready. Looks like it's a wider slip, sort of a fly slip, second slip. That's well bowled. Mark was ready for it, just tapped it back towards the bowler. So looks like North do have a plan in place, trying to build up the momentum as the overs go forward. Well bowled again. Mark just playing it back to the bowler. Final ball of the over coming up. Janak trying to do something different maybe on the final ball, or might just keep it straight and simple. Keeping it simple, bowled it outside the off stump. Well played by right towards point. End of the over. 27 gone, 93 for 4.
Alright, Janak having bowled a very tight over. And Dharmesh now continuing from the Balki's end. Dharmesh seems like he's set to bowl a long spell. He's probably going to bowl all 9 overs of his spell, continuously. And why not? I think Janak, the captain, has a lot of trust in Dharmesh. They play in the same league, so he's got that trust factor, and he knows that Dharmesh can do the job. He's already picked up a wicket or two. He's picked up 1 wicket, and the all-important wicket of Mark O'Dane, like Nikhil said. He was looking very dangerous. And he's, like I said, he's going to finish a spell. And Mark, I think, has been sent in by the North Zone with a very specific purpose. He's been very defensive. He's been resolute in not giving away his wicket. I think North Zone have decided that they've lost too many wickets at this stage, so they need to make sure that for the next 10 overs or so, they don't lose another wicket. And that is probably why Mark has been sent in ahead of a few other more explosive batsmen. And Mark has made up his mind that he's not going to throw away his wicket unless he absolutely needs to. As you see, another push towards covers for a dot ball. Dharmesh a bit shorter this time, and Mark tries to take advantage of that and cuts to point, but great fielding by the point fielder. And the West Zone have been pretty good on the field. They haven't conceded too many extra runs, too many misfields, drop catches. As Mark flicks it over, long gone for a boundary, just as I was complimenting Mark's tight defense and technique and the fact that he isn't as flashy, make sure that the scoreboard isn't stagnant. That was an important boundary for the North Zone. And it's also important for a batsman with a good technique, especially a defensive technique. It's important for someone like them to score a few boundaries every now and then, just to put a little bit of doubt in the opposing captain's mind, to ensure that they don't bring the fielders in. They have a few deep fielders, so Mark, for a batsman like Mark, can take some singles and doubles every now and then. An important boundary there, putting the pressure back on the West Zone as Janak Patel comes back into to bowl his 3rd over. Bowl his 4th over. He's only conceded 6 runs, having bowled a maiden over. And this is what he's known for. This is what Janak Patel is known for, and has made a name for himself in Southern California. Is bowling slow, loopy left arm spin. He makes scoring very, very difficult. And like I said, he plays a lot of cricket. And he plays cricket at different levels, plays competitive tournaments all around the country. He takes his team, the Master Blasters, to play in these tournaments around the country. And he is not shy bowling against some of the best cricketers, best batsmen in the US. And he's picked up a lot of good batsmen, a lot of wickets along the way, bowling the same way, using guile and deception. And it's very tough to line Janak up. And the fact that he's so slow through the air, it's entirely up to the batsmen to use their power and brute strength to muscle the ball outside the boundary. It's very tough to drive him and to cut him because he doesn't give you those lengths. He keeps bowling that in-between length, tossing it up, slow through the air. As you see another one, just like I said, slow through the air. He's not giving the line, he's not giving the length, he's not giving the room for the batsman to work with. And has bowled 4 dot balls in a row already. And this over is lining up to be another tight one. Unless Sanjay decides to be a little more explosive. He tries to use his feet, which is exactly what you need to do against Janak, and pushes it to long on, where good fielding by Raj Kosgi ensures that it's not a boundary. I think Raj probably plays a lot of soccer. He uses his left boot to ensure that the ball does not cross the boundary rope, and keeps it down to 2, saving 2 important runs for the West Zone. Every run matters, especially on a tough pitch. Every run counts. And Sanjay using his feet again to push it to long off for a single, as the North Zone bring up their 100 runs at the end of the 29th over. So they have 16 overs remaining, and I still believe 180, 200 is par on this wicket, and that's what North Zone is probably hoping for. But having consolidated a little bit, they probably need to start upping the ante, start accelerating, maybe score at 5 or 6 runs an over now. I think they've done a good job consolidating, Mark and Sanjay. but they probably have to start using their feet against spinners and start scoring some more runs. Maybe look a little busy at the crease, run harder. What do you think, Nikhil? I think this is the time. Maybe another over, but this is the time to start pushing the scoreboard.
Yes, I agree with you, Jaideep. This is a very important phase in this inning. It's important that they show some intent when it comes to running between the wickets. We do have a change in bowling. Raj is going to come in to bowl. It's a very interesting change. After a good spell by Dharmesh, it was a good 7-over spell. We felt that he's going to complete all his 9 overs, but maybe the captain is probably thinking of holding him back for a couple more overs in the end. So we're going to have Raj. Raj does have a first slip. He has point. Looks like he has long on, long off, and deep mid wicket, deep square leg. There's a mid wicket in place and fielders in the covers. So this is going to be the first ball of Raj's spell. And let's see how Sanjay faces him. That's well bowled. Sanjay taps it towards mid wicket. And this is where intent from both the batsmen would make a difference if they can just rotate a little bit more, especially with close to 16 overs left now and a new bowler coming in. Looks like it's a wide ball down the leg, well left by Sanjay. So it's important to understand that if you don't rotate, then the pressure will start building at one end, especially with a new bowler coming in. That's well bowled. Sanjay just played it off his pad, but probably the impact was outside the off stump. There was an appeal for leg before. The umpire was not interested. Good start by Raj over here. A couple of balls into his spell, keeping it tight, flighting the ball. That's a very good shot by Sanjay. It's gone towards deep mid wicket in the gap, and that's a boundary. It's a beautiful shot, well picked up. So Sanjay, it looks like he's showing some intent over here, and he's going to up the ante now, having faced more than 40 balls into his inning. He's already got a couple of boundaries. Good to see this. He's batting on 26. A very able partner at the other end, Mark Wright. Good partnership building up, 106 for 4 into the 30th over. That's again well bowled, and looks like Sanjay tried to play a similar shot, missed the ball completely, but was lucky that he was in his crease and he did not get stumped over there. He was trying to play it across the line, missed it. Maybe looks like Raj varied the pace a little bit. So it's a good contest going on over here. Raj versus Sanjay. That was a little shot, quicker through the air, well left by Sanjay. Let it go. So Raj has come back well after the boundary in the beginning of the over. Final ball of his over. Flighted. Sanjay plays it back towards long on. Looks like there's no long on in place, so well picked up by Sanjay. Good gap over there, a couple of runs. 7 of the over. A good one for North, and it's 108 for 4 at the end of 30 overs with 15 to play. Looks like we have drinks, so we'll just take a break, get back in a couple of minutes. All right, we have the post drinks session starting. It's going to be Balbir. Balbir is going to start. Balbir is the one who's going to start now. He was the one who started the inning, bowled the first over. He's coming back for his second spell here. And we have Mark on strike. I'm sure they might have some strategies now. Probably discussed about a score in the next 15 overs. Well bowled, good start by Balbir in his second spell. Well played by Mark towards covers. Dot ball to start. 15 overs to go. 6 wickets in hand. Hopefully they can get to 200. That's a good single towards long off. So some intent from Mark right away in the post-drinks session. Balbir bowled a good first spell. They had a good start overall. He's into his 4th over here. Second spell, first over. Third ball for him over here. Over number 31, coming in right arm over. That's well bowled. Sanjay playing it towards point. Dot ball. North would ideally want to double the score from here if they keep wickets in hand. Having said that, it's all about keeping wickets in hand. A couple of quick wickets and the projected score can come down. Well bowled by Balbir. Pitched it up straight back towards the bowler by Sanjay. Dot ball. Good start by Balbir in the second spell here. Sanjay on strike. 5th ball of the over. Again a good ball. Well left by Sanjay outside the off stump. 3 dot balls in a row. Good over so far by Balbir. Keeping it tight. Let's see how he finishes. Final ball of the over coming up. Good ball, well played by Sanjay towards covers. End of the over. Just 1 run off it. 109 for 4, 31 gone. I'm sure. Alright, Raj will continue his second over. I'm sure the fielding team has some plans in place. They would want to restrict North below 200. Probably get a few wickets quickly. Maybe keep them to 150, 160. Raj is into his second over. Mark on strike. The captain, Janak, and the wicketkeeper, they are ensuring they have the fielders in the right place, covering all the angles as necessary. In comes Raj to Mark right. Tapped it towards mid-wicket, picked up by the wicketkeeper. Dot ball to start. So it's been a good start by West after the drinks break. They're keeping it tight, not giving away easy singles. Second ball of the over, again well bowled. Mark plays it back, straight back. 2 dot balls here. Good start by Raj again in his second over. Well bowled. That ball came slightly in towards the batsman. Tapped it towards backward point. Another dot ball. 3 dot balls. Alright, Raj coming in to bowl the 4th ball. That was a short ball, picked up towards deep mid wicket. But good fielding in the outfield by the fielder. Just a single. Very good throw. That was good cricket overall. Good stuff in the on the boundary by the fielder. Ran a few yards, ensured it's not a boundary, and released the ball quickly. Just a single. Could have easily been a boundary. Good fielding. Raj is sending covers out, a little bit outside the 30 yards. Sanjay on strike, 5th ball of the over coming up. Well bowled by Raj. That ball kept a little low, but Sanjay tapped it towards square leg for a single. Final ball of the over coming up. Just 2 of it so far. It's been a good over. Let's see how Raj finishes the over with the final ball. In comes Raj. That's a good ball. Just a single towards deep mid wicket. 3 of the over. 112 for 4. 32 gone. Alright, Balbir to continue. Second over of his second spell. Mark on strike. Well bowled by Balbir. That was a little quicker. Mark tried to cut it, missed the ball completely. Good wicket keeping. Dot ball to start. Looks like West have come up with some plans after the drinks break, and they are keeping it simple by bowling tight lines, bowling to their field. Well bowled by Balbir. Good shot towards mid-on. Good single by Mark. Sanjay on strike. Sanjay is batting on 29. He's been there for 54 balls. He's been the rock in the middle order after the loss of the initial quick wickets. In comes Balbir to Sanjay. Well bowled and a good leave by Sanjay outside the off stump. Just one of the 3 balls to start with in this over. In comes Balbir to Sanjay. Well bowled. And a single towards extra cover. Balbir coming in to bowl to Mark. That ball is short. Mark tried to cut it, but it's outside the off stump. Wide signal by the umpire. Handy run for North with that extra. In comes Balbir. 5th ball of the over. Well bowled, pitched it up, and Mark missed it completely. Good wicket keeping by the wicket keeper there. Dot ball. In comes Balbir to Mark. Well bowled and a good leave by Mark. Good over by Balbir. 33 gone. 115 for 4. 12 overs to go. Alright, so over number 34 coming up. Raj to continue. Sanjay on strike. Sanjay tried to walk towards the ball, missed the ball. It hit his pads, but he was way down the wicket. So dot ball here. Sanjay is batting on 30 and it's 115 for 4. Raj into his third over. That's a leave by Sanjay outside the off stump. So it looks like Sanjay is planning to ensure that he stays right till the end, till the 45th over, which is important for North as well, because he's the set batsman. So the longer he stays, the quicker the runs would come in these last 12 overs. That ball is flighted. Sanjay tried to heave it towards mid-wicket, ball going towards deep square leg for a single. It's been a good post-drink session so far for West. They have bowled to their field. They have bowled tight lines, very few loose balls, and very few runs in the last 3 overs post the drinks break. In fact, the last 2 overs have yielded just 4 runs. Again, a dot ball by Raj to Mark, playing it towards covers. And the bowlers are rushing through their overs as well. So in a matter of time with the dot balls, that's a good ball. Probably the impact is outside the off stump. Hit Mark on his pads. Appeal for leg before by Raj, turned down by the umpire. So we are already 5 balls into the over and it's just been 1 run of the over so far. Let's see how Raj finishes. Again, a good ball. That ball came in quicker. Mark played it on the back foot. Just 1 of the over. 34 gone, 116 for 4. And we have Jaideep back. So let's just get his thoughts on what he feels would be the plan from North with the final 11 overs left and 6 wickets in hand.
Yes, Nikhil. I think the North have done a good job of consolidation. Mark and Sanjay have done a great job building a partnership, making sure that there is a platform to launch from. But these 10, 11 overs are going to be very key for the North Zone. They need to make sure that they get runs and get as many runs and as quickly as possible. They still have to keep 180, 200 as a target. They can't, lose sight of their target of 180, 200, because I believe that 180 is par on this wicket. It is tricky to bat on, but it probably will become slightly easier to bat on as the day progresses. Normally on turf pitches, especially ones that grip and hold, as the moisture dries out, the pitch starts to ease in and it gets easier to bat on during the second innings. So the North Zone have to keep that in mind and ensure that they get 15, 20 extra runs, and they have those extra runs to defend when they bowl and field in the second innings. But having said that, Mark and Sanjay have done a great job. Mark especially has been pretty steadfast in his defense, scoring 14 of 38 balls. He spent some time in the middle. I think he's done his job as far as preserving wickets are concerned. So he's got to become a little more expressive and start scoring runs. As Sanjay just takes a single of the bowling of Pritham. Pritham bowling from the pavilion end. Another spinner. I think the West Zone. Correction there. The bowler is Chetan, bowling from the pavilion end. The West Zone almost conceding an overthrow there. I think they're getting pretty desperate to ensure that they get another wicket there. The North Zone have frustrated the West Zone. The West Zone, having taken 5 wickets already, getting a bit impatient. They need another wicket to ensure that they restrict the North Zone to under 150. I think that's probably the West Zone's target is to ensure that they don't get to the par score of 180. And Sanjay trying to pierce the gap in the offside, unsuccessfully so. Another quiet over for the North Zone, as Parag, the ever-energetic wicketkeeper, discusses his plans with Chetan, the bowler. And as I was saying earlier, I think the West Zone have done a great job in stacking their side with spinners. Very ideally suited for these conditions, especially for this pitch. The slower the bowlers, the tougher it is for the batsmen on these pitches where the ball grips and holds a little bit. When there's pace on the ball on these slow tracks, it gets easier for the batsmen, where they can use the pace and get runs of edges, of glances, if the batsmen err in line and length. As Raj continues on, the leggy, pitching it full, and Mark just driving it towards long on for a single. The last 10 overs now for North Zone, as they look to pile on the runs, to ensure that they get to 180, 200, to get as close to that magical 200 mark on this pitch. As Sanjay tries to flick it over mid-wicket, and an unsuccessful appeal by Raj. He was pleading with the umpire, Curtis, to give that out, as the West Zone is desperate for another wicket to break this partnership that's trying to lay a foundation. Another tricky ball there. It seemed like a wrong one by Raj. Raj seems to be a very smart leg spinner there. And I have the superstar of MSCL, Raja Kohli, joining me in the commentary box. Raja, what are your thoughts about what's going on so far in the first innings? I think North Zone are struggling there to up the ante. The last 10 overs, like I said, requires the North Zone to score as many runs as possible. But West Zone stacking their side with spinners are making it difficult for the North Zone to accelerate.
Yeah, so I'm coming off of watching IPL last 5 overs, which means that I feel everything is kind of conservative right now. So I feel like they need to absolutely up the ante here, because playing this conservative form of cricket with 6 wickets in hand is not going to get the job done. I don't know about the other teams batting though. If these guys can hold, I don't know, maybe they are pretty confident in their bowling that they could defend as 160, 170, which is the talk that I've been hearing outside. In the beginning of the game, I asked both the captains, what do you guys think? What is a good score here? And each of them said, yeah, we could chase 200. And the other team is like, if we can put 200 on the board, we will be able to defend. So I think 200 probably is a par score, at least in the beginning of the game, but they probably lost wickets in quick succession, which makes me believe that this is going to be a tricky chase. Obviously, we have Parag on the other side, who can easily score runs, unless the bowling is incredible. And yeah, I mean, the other team absolutely knows his weaknesses, right? They have been playing with each other for a very long time. So they absolutely know what needs to be done and how to temper his inning. But I feel like they need to step up now. I mean, they've been here long enough. I see that they're still leaving the balls or defending the ball or playing with a dead bat. I don't think that's going to run anymore, because I think I see conversations happening between the players over there, and some people are like, oh, you have to go for it now, and there are others who are like, oh, now we like what we are saying, getting 4 or 5 runs is sufficient. Right? But if you ask me, I feel like you should go after it, and you have to go after it pretty strong now, because they're pretty set. They aren't bowling anything that's gonna. They aren't bowling anything that they should be scared of. Did we just lose a wicket? Yes. Oh, JD, please go ahead and play.
Yeah, completely agree with you, Raja. But West Zone have just dismissed Sanjay Pandya, who was looking very, very good. And I think the North Zone have lost a key wicket in Sanjay Pandya. He was the set batsman, having spent a lot of time in the middle, having faced 67 balls for his 34. And losing Sanjay Pandya at this stage is going to prove very, very critical for the North Zone. They needed him to spend more time. They needed him to carry his bat through the innings, while on the other end, you have batsmen who can up the ante, score some quick runs. But having lost the set batsman, I think North Zone is going to suffer. They're going to find it very hard to score quick runs. But to your point, Raja, I think a lot of mind games are common, especially in a high pressure tournament such as the Masters Nationals. I think both teams feel that they're confident in defending. And given the conditions, given the names on paper, both teams seem pretty confident that they can rise up to the challenge. But as we all know, cricket is not played on paper. It's ultimately it comes down to who stands up, who rises to the occasion, who delivers under pressure. And can the West Zone chase this under par score, or can the North Zone defend and bowl and field well? You're right. The West Zone has a few players in their end, a few key batsmen. You mentioned Parag Ananta. He's going to be key for the West Zone, especially for an under par score. They need someone with great technique, with great temperament and patience to spend as much time in the middle as possible to ensure that they go all the way. But they also have some other key batsmen, so it's going to be very, very interesting as Chetan, the wicket taker, continues on. He's bowling the fourth delivery of the over, and North Zone, having lost a wicket, now at this point they want to make sure that they don't lose wickets in clusters. So they want to make sure that they play out Chetan, and they play out a couple of overs before they start accelerating again.
Yeah, so looks like Lalit is trying to get his eye in. Parag obviously suggesting the bowler to bowl straight on the wicket. He loves that. We all know that having bowled to him, I mean, while he was our keeper, I know what he likes here, and he likes to keep the ball wicket to wicket in this occasion, because the wicket is doing a little bit, and the batsmen are taking their chances, or have to take a chance right now, because it's not that difficult. I mean, if you step out, the ball is right in front of you, and the ball is being like, there's so much air underneath the ball, and you can step out, position yourself, and try to hit it. The question over here is, are you going to take a chance now? Is it time enough? Like, what do you have? You are 37 overs in. You have 8 more overs to go. You have 5 wickets down. Mark is looking good, but he needs to step up too. We all knew Mark always starts off slow and then he accelerates towards the end. But I think we need to at least get run a ball from here for them to post a decent total. So that will put them close to like 48 runs. That will put them close to 170 runs. And I think 170 is a decent score. These are all new players playing with each other for the first time, so we have no idea how they're going to perform. They lost some quick wickets in Dilip's wicket was huge. That made this batting a little slower, because they had to put some anchoring down, because Dilip was one of the guys who could have scored faster. And the next batsman in too, who's going to be Deepak. We know what kind of, he's pretty fit. I mean, we know Dilip, Deepak and Parag, who all are from Massachusetts. They're all very good at doing their conditioning. They do their yo-yo test. They work out every day. So they're all in a pretty good spot. Now the question over here is not whether they're conditioned enough. We all know that they're very conditioned. The question over here is, are they going to apply themselves? Are they going to make the right choices? If there's a bad ball, they have to go after it. You can't just take singles now. You have to hit boundaries of bad balls. So I think Mark has the right idea here. He's trying to get singles or trying to get strike to the other batsmen so that they can start accelerating. But that's the right intention. You have to look to score every ball going forward. So that was a good shot there. Identifying the field that the gully fielder was actually there was no gully, but it's almost close to a point fielder. So he put the ball in the back and he got a single there. So this is some of the things I think they cannot afford to do that. They have only they have 4 fielders inside over there. So if he could, he should try to clear the offside fielder. He just chipped it over the short mid-wicket fielder there. So the more easy scoring runs, in my opinion, is on the offside, because the bowler is also bowling at least half the balls on the offside and on the full. So if you can just somehow maneuver around or turn your wrist, you can easily score on top of those fielders and at least get couple, if not a boundary.
Absolutely agree, Raja. I think they have to show some amount of desperation in terms of scoring runs. And I agree that there are gaps on the offside. And it's important for the batsman to, especially against slower bowlers like, Raj, Dharmesh, Afroz, Janak, they have a lineup of these slow spinners, the West Zone. It's important for the batsman to use their feet, to use the depth of the crease, to maneuver the ball, to either clear the infield by chipping over the fielders or dropping, using their wrists and maneuvering it in between the gaps of the infielders. That is how, you play against spinners. It's important to use the sweep shot effectively, to use the feet and drill down the ground or over extra covers. These are some options that the batsman can use to ensure that the scoreboard is ticking against spinners. Because if you, like I said earlier, if you're stagnant, you respect the spinners too much, they can dominate you and they can stifle the scoring, and that puts a lot of pressure for batsmen that follow. And at this stage, with 8 overs left to go, actually 7 overs left to go, it's important for them to score as many runs as possible. As Marks logs it, tries to hit it over mid-wicket, but some good fielding by the West Zone denies them a single. And I can see some desperation in Mark. I think he's realized that his team needs more runs. And he is the set batsman. He needs to take responsibility to do the bulk of the scoring for North Zone. So he wants to score now. He's in the mood to play some shots. As Chetan bowls another short and wide ball, and Mark cuts it to point. Some good fielding there. It was a very, very tight single, but given the situation they're in, given the stage, it's important that they take those risks, they take those tight runs. And Lalit Bhatia on the other end looks to be a busy player, just chips it towards mid-wicket for a quick single. And this is what they need to do. I don't think 2-3 runs in over is going to cut it, Raja. I think what they need to attempt is at least 6 or 7 runs in over, given that their scoring rate so far has been less than 4.
Right. So I've always wondered, JD, what do you think? I mean, you've been a captain and you've played the game for so long, and I feel like at some point like this, there are people who can accelerate, right? Say you have your DC or the other hitters that are down. And at this point, Mark is kind of struggling to keep up with the strike rate. Do you think, not just in this scenario necessarily, I mean we are seeing that Mark is trying to accelerate here, but what do you think about having a player switch? Like you can come back and you can, I'm not saying it's a retired hurt or retired out or whatever, but you wanna do a tactical change of, I'm gonna put my accelerators here, and I'm gonna send some guys who are gonna, like pinch hitters back in the day, but you only used to do that when you lose a wicket. But this is a chance. I mean, the cricketing world doesn't really appreciate that thought, or doesn't think that it's in the nature of the game to actually make that change. But I want to know what your opinion on that is.
That's a very, very interesting question, and I've actually pondered about this for a long time. The problem is, cricket has always been viewed as a gentleman's sport. So there is something known as the spirit of cricket, spirit of the game, that always comes into question, especially when some of these tactics are used. Personally, in my opinion, given the fact that we play cricket, especially cricket has grown in terms of reputation as being that gentleman's sport, it somehow is against the spirit of the game. To substitute a player who's struggling in the middle with someone who's more aggressive. I think as a captain, that is why it's so important to ensure that you have the right role players. And Lalit, like I said, is busy. Just sneaked in a couple of runs. towards mid-wicket. But that's why, like I said, it's very, very important to identify your role players. Every inning, whether it's a T20 or a 50 over, a 45 over game, you can divide them into different stages. And you need to have the right role players for each stage, right? So in my opinion, when you construct a team, it's important to have a dasher opening the innings, because that dasher or two dashers can capitalize on the power play. And it's important to have in the middle order, right? Your 3, 4, 5. It's important to have guys who can accumulate, who can pierce the gaps, who can run hard between the wickets. And then you have batsmen, it's 5, 6, 7, who are more aggressive, who can clear the ropes consistently. And if you set up your team accordingly, you may not even need to make these tactical changes. But I think cricket and the cricket administrators can think of this, maybe use players more effectively. A lot of players are sometimes misutilized. Like I said, if you don't have the right role players, some teams are not blessed. Some countries are not blessed with power hitters, for example. I think the cricket committee can think of these changes, can maybe have a super sub. I think for a while in some tournaments, super subs were being used, where you have a 12th player or a 13-man squad, and you have two super subs, where a player can come in as a designated hitter in baseball. So I think it's very interesting. I think the ICC needs to ponder over this, because that can bring in a tactical element into the game. And Lalit Bhatia, who's been pretty active, pretty busy at the crease, seems to have done some damage. Maybe twisted his ankle. Seems to be in some sort of trouble, as a player from the North Zone brings him some drinks.
Yeah, Parag, as usual, he was trying to be cheeky and trying to get that run out or stump out, probably run out in this case, and Lalit was trying to get back into his crease, and they just fumbled on each other. But yeah, I felt like it was like a non-answer. But if you were the opposition captain, and if the other team did, if you were a captain and if your opposition captain made this change, would you be offended by it?
Yeah, personally, I wouldn't like it. Only because I think it's the job of the captain to ensure that, like I said, you need to have the right role players and the right batsmen at the right stage of the innings. If they don't, it's really the fault of, I guess, the selectors and the captain to not have constructed their team appropriately. I see your point, absolutely. It's a tactical move. And at some point, maybe in the future, I think when the ICC allows a tactical change of some sort, to bring in a super sub, bring in a player, and allowing retiring of batsmen, without any physical injury. But at this point, I think it's kind of against the spirit of the game.
Making sure that you guys can receive this video and audio telecast. So there was another dolly sitting there. I mean, I feel like this. There's as if there's a net in there, and they have to make the ball over that net, because I have the bowling. I feel the bowling seems pretty ordinary to me. I mean, they're asking the batsman, go take a chance, hit the ball up in the air, we'll take our catches. That's the kind of bowling, and that's the kind of feeling that has been set up. I feel like they're not. Oh, this guy who's on the square leg has been extremely active. He's been super fielder, number 14 fielder over there. He's been diving, and he has created a couple of chances. There hasn't been a guy behind the wickets, otherwise it would have been a close one. They have been blessed with some wides. Let's put it that way. They have both, and if you need to be better than that, you need to be more active than that. All right, that just missed the stumps. That was unlucky there for the bowler. But Mark has been trying. He's swinging the bat. He's not able to hit. Even the dollies that are on the offside, he's not able to hit it over the fielders inside. So that's why you see so many. You have about 5 fielders closing in, because they have noticed that when you bowl the ball outside the off stump and keep it slow, the batsmen have not been able to penetrate that field. So this is some good tactical field placements we see. The other team, obviously, and the North team is not playing to their best, in my opinion. And I think this is going to come back and bite them, not being able to produce runs with only 4 overs left and 5 wickets in hand. And there are still bigger batsmen, and they're asking for a score. Okay, but the important thing is we are not scoring much. So the score won't...
That they need to step up, they need to score more runs. And I think to the benefit of Mark, I think he's been trying. And he's just not built that way. Mark isn't flashy. He's not a batsman who can consistently cross the boundary rope. So it's tough for him. He's trying his best, but he's not able to get those boundaries, which are so crucial at this stage of the innings. And Lalit seems to be a little more upbeat, a little busier, using his feet against the spinners. As Janak Patel, the captain, comes into the attack and bowls a dot ball and a wide now outside the off stump. I agree, Raja. I think it's weird how the West Zone have suddenly started bowling wides, especially in this stage of the innings, where it's important to be tight. It's important not to give loose balls. As Lalit hits it over the infield, over mid-wicket, and scores a boundary. This boundary is very, very crucial, and hopefully, and the North Zone especially, would be hoping that this boundary would change their fortunes and change the momentum in the last 4 overs. And they can make sure that this over especially is a big over. Janak Patel having bowled a wide, and now Lalit having scored a boundary. 5 runs of the first 2 deliveries already. And they have 4 more deliveries to go, and they want to make sure it's a big over as Lalit steps down the crease and tries to pierce the infield.
Number 14 again.
But number 14, like Raja said again, who stopped the ball, this time at short extra covers. Janak Patel shortens his length now, quickens the pace, but Lalit goes to the back foot and pulls the ball to deep mid-wicket for a single.
Yeah. Yeah, now, no respect. There shouldn't be any respect to any ball right now. They should be going after every ball. There are only, 20-something balls left, and exactly 20 balls left, and they should be going after every ball here. And I see that kind of desperation coming from Lalit, and I feel like Mark is over there trying to hit every ball as well. So they are showing some sense of urgency, but this is very poor bowling, to be honest. At this point, you cannot afford to be giving extras. You're in your 6th over. You need to be much more solid in your line and length. And Mark has raised the ball up in the air, but he just chips it over the 40-yard line, and the long on fielder just picks up the ball and sends it in. Now the weight is on Lalit's shoulder because he's the only guy who in this partnership right now who's been able to hit any boundaries. So let's see if Lalit will step up again and try to clear the mid-wicket fielder. So this time he hit it straight over the bowler's head, and it's off to hitting the side screen. So it's a pretty fantastic shot by Lalit. He certainly has picked up his momentum. He was 7 of 14, but in the last few balls he has changed everything. He's up to 16 of 19 balls. So he certainly has picked up his pace, and I think this last 3 overs are going to be very interesting. If they can score over 20 runs, then we are looking at a projected score of 171. If they can get to 30, which is going to be 10 runs and over from here somehow, but that would involve a lot of running as well, because it's very difficult to hit boundaries every ball. And it's the same bowler who's back, who's bowling that lofty balls. So now they're still continuing with their tactic of lofting the ball up in the air, and let's see if Mark can hit the ball and clear the infield.
Yeah, Raja, I agree with you. I mean, this is where it's important that they show intent and go after the balls. Mark is trying to get it out. He's pierced it through the covers and looks like it might be stopping just before the boundary. Couple of runs. Good shot by Mark. Looks like he's getting there now. The score is 151 for 5, and we have 3 overs left. Less than 3 overs left now. So next ball in. It was a little short. Mark tried to pull it, but could not necessarily connect. And it's a dot ball. So Chetan into his 5th over. He's bowling well here. Flighted. It goes towards deep mid wicket. Long on fielder running after it. Couple of runs. And it's good running, applauded by the teammates. So there is some cheering going on from the pavilion with the slog overs on. 153 for 5. And Mark on strike. He's batting on 28. He's faced 60 balls. And now he's trying to get a move on in the closing stages. The ball is flighted. Mark tries to hit it over mid-wicket. Again, it's a couple of runs. But Lalit denies the second run. Sends Mark back. So it's just a single. Maybe Lalit wants to take the strike. He's been busy, as Jaideep had mentioned. He's batting on 16 of 19 balls. And I think he's used his feet really well, especially against the spinners, which has made them alter their lengths, got those quick singles, twos. Again, he steps down, he comes down the track, smashes it over mid-wicket, and it's just a single again. So it's been good captaincy by Janak. He's ensured that he's kept the slow bowlers on even in the slog overs, which has meant that the batsmen have not had pace to work off on the ball. Rather, they have to generate some pace. Again, it's just a single towards covers. So it's a very good over from Chetan. It's 43 gone and 158 for 5. 2 overs to play. So potentially North would be targeting 170 plus. Let's see whether they get there. It's interesting. I mean, the par score on this wicket, it looks like somewhere around 180 plus might be a good score. After the initial 3 wickets which North had lost, there was some good partnership between Sanjay. I think he held the innings together. He was the rock in the middle, had a good partnership with O'Dane, and then Mark Wright has been there since then. So they will probably bat the 45 overs, and hopefully they can get some runs in the last 2 overs, which will put up a fighting total in front of West. What are your thoughts on this, Jaideep?
Absolutely agree, Nikhil. I think the North Zone have done a great job now. Bit of a comeback. And West Zone surprisingly have lost their discipline, bowling a lot of extras. As a new bowler comes in to bowl. As Raj, a new bowler, comes in to bowl from the opposite end. To Mark, short ball, and Mark pulls it towards mid-wicket for a single. And what we've been asking for from the North Zone, we're finally seeing a sense of desperation. And I'm actually surprised that Janak Patel, the captain, took himself out of the attack. He's someone that does not shy away from a challenge. He plays against some very, very good batsmen. Like I said earlier, he's the owner of the Master Blasters franchise. He plays consistently in Southern California Cricket Association, in Division 1, mind you. And in 9 games in the last season, he picked up 19 wickets. A very, very wily old fox, Janak Patel, is pretty well known in the California cricketing circle. He plays with USA players. His captain in the Master Blasters is Nisarg Patel. Star all-rounder, MVP of the SECA, pretty much MVP of every tournament that he plays in, and he plays with a lot of these USA cricketers, so he keeps himself pretty active. So surprised that he's not bowling in these death overs, in these pressure overs against batsmen who are looking to be aggressive. And Raj just conceding a single there against Lalit, who's been the aggressor so far. In these death overs, Mark finding it difficult to score boundaries, having taken up a lot of deliveries. I think North Zone are expecting a little more out of Mark Wright, the veteran cricketer from Massachusetts. As Raj bowls a short delivery that Mark fails to dispatch again. A lot of width on this one, and Mark should have looked to clear the infield, should have looked to chip over the fielders as opposed to hitting it down the ground. But Mark, through force of habit... is looking to hit it down the ground.
All right, looks like we'll have the final over coming up now, and it's 164 for 5. It's been a good display of batting by North. Remember, the wicket was a little tricky initially. There was a little bit of moisture to start with, and the first spell from all the bowlers was really good. So considering all those scenarios, I think North at 163 for 5, 164 for 5 would be very happy with just 1 over left. Mark Wright and Lalit Bhatia, they have had a decent partnership here. Lalit has been busy rotating the strike, running well between the wickets. Mark has held one end together, and looks like Dashrath is going to bowl the final over. He had a brilliant first spell. He got those 2 wickets which ensured that Janak's decision to win the toss and bowl first was justified. In comes Dashrath, left arm round, first ball right into the pads and played by Mark towards the long on boundary, and it's a brilliant straight drive. So a 4 to start with, that's the perfect start in the last over. The score is 167 for 5 and Mark is batting on 39. It was a beautiful straight drive back past the bowler. The long on fielder was there, but he could not go and field the ball. It was beautifully timed by Mark. 5 balls to go. Dashrath coming in, left arm round, final over of the inning. In comes Dashrath, Mark on strike. The ball was on the stumps. Lalit going for a quick single, sent back by Mark, and that's a run out. Something that was completely unexpected, as it's expected that you run between the wickets. A brilliant throw by Janak. Very good in the field. He's been throughout the day, and finally he has effected a run out. But Lalit has played a nice knock. He had been busy. Sorry, it's not Janak, but very good fielding by the fielder over there. Lalit had played a nice knock, ran well between the wickets. Tried to go for the quick single, but the ball was straight to the fielder, so sent back by Mark. So it's 167 for the loss of 6 wickets, 4 balls left. And we have the new batsman, but he'll be at the non-striker's end. So Mark on strike, in comes Dashrath, 4 balls to go. Left arm round, angling into the batsman. Oh, that's a good shot by Mark. He's played it towards sweeper cover and trying to go for the second run, running fast, but it looks like he's gone. It's a run out. A beautiful throw from the boundary. So Mark departs for a well-made 40. A very good inning by Mark. He's run out on 40. A beautiful throw from the deep cover boundary. And it's back-to-back wickets for West with 2 run-outs. So Mark departs for a well-made 40, trying to accelerate in the last over. They do get 1 run, so the score does move on to 168. So the fielding has been good overall. I mean, they have effected 2 run-outs. They have held on to their catches. I think that they have certainly saved a few runs in the field, barring the odd misfield here and there. But yeah, it's been a very good display overall from the fielding team. Mark gets a standing ovation, well deserved for a well-made 40. And we have the new batsman coming in now. So 2 new batsmen at the crease. Doesn't matter now with 3 balls left and 3 wickets in hand. They would want to make the most of these 3 balls. Probably cross the 175 mark if they can. But definitely they would want to cross the 170 mark with 168 on the board. 3 balls to go. Dashrath into his 6th over. And he's bowling to Masood. That's a good ball. Tap towards short third. A quick run, good call by Deepak, and 169 on the board, 2 balls to go. So I think this looks like a decent score on this wicket because the ball is stopping. If West West would have to bat well, they would have to be on their toes. Let's see, final 2 balls to go. What can be the result of these 2 balls? In comes Dashrath, very well bowled. The keeper misses it and they steal a bye over here. Good running. Good quick running. So it's 170 and the final ball to go. Dashrath has bowled a brilliant spell. He is the coach of the Colts team in his area. A very experienced campaigner. A great learning experience for all the kids who he trains. Final ball coming up. 171 on the board. Masood on strike. Masood comes down the wicket, tries to hit it towards the boundary. The keeper running for it, and it's a brilliant catch by the wicket keeper. A very good catch. So Dashrath finishes with 3 wickets in his 6 overs. And the North finished their inning at 171 for 8 in 45 overs, which is a very good score. And it looks like we'll have an exciting second inning coming up. Just looking at the scoreboard, Shahid made a very good 20. Sanjay batted well. He scored 34. Mark held the inning later on after Sanjay for a good 40. And Sanjay had a good partnership with Mark Ordain, who made 26. Dashrath was the pick of the bowlers with 3 for 25. We also had very good fielding, which led to 2 to 3 runouts. And the extras were a little bit on the higher side, but that's also got to do with a few byes which went to the boundary. But overall, if you look at the bowlers, Balbir bowled a brilliant first spell, top class first spell by Hamza, just 7 runs in his 5 overs, and Chetan got a wicket and everyone else chipped in. Dashrath was the pick of the bowlers, and the slow bowlers really bowled wicket to wicket and kept it tight. So let's get back. It's going to be 172 to chase for West, and it looks like we have an exciting second session coming up. Thank you. All right, welcome everyone for the second session. It promises to be an exciting session. This is Nikhil here in the commentary box. The openers are on the field. The fielding team is getting ready. They are setting up the field. The captain is setting it up. The two opening batsmen are Parak and Balbir. Balbir opened the bowling for West as well, and now he's going to lead from the front with the bat along with Parak. Promises to be a really interesting run chase. The conditions have eased out a little bit of sun out now, no moisture in the wicket, so looks like it's going to be a good batting wicket now, and I'm sure North are looking forward to it as well. They have a score, they have runs on the board, and Mark is going to open the bowling for North. They have runs to play with, and it looks like a pretty aggressive field to start. One slip, square leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Two in the covers. There's a catching cover closer in the 30-yard circle. In comes Mark for the first ball. Parak on strike. It's a good ball played on the back foot straight towards covers. Good start overall. Dot ball to start. We do see point, and we also see a backward point. It's important that West do not lose a wicket up front, because you don't want to be under pressure in the run chase. So the opening combination is going to be crucial. Second ball of the over, defended on the back foot. 172 is a very good score. I mean, 171 is a very good score in a 45 over game over here, where the wicket is slightly on the slower side, especially if you don't have pace on the ball. Of course, the new ball, you might see a bit of swing and carry. Third ball of the over, in comes Mark, defended towards covers. Mark has started well. He's keeping it tight on the fourth stump. There's a catching gully along with first slip, fourth ball of the over. It's slightly short and it's pulled away towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's a brilliant shot for 4. Went on the back foot and pulled it away between the gap. So that should be giving a lot of confidence to Parak. If you get a boundary up front, nothing like it as an opening batsman. Bear in mind, with the ball being new and hard, the ball will come onto the bat a little quicker, and if you time it well, it's going to travel as well. Let's see what happens on the next ball. The keeper is up for the fifth ball of the over. In comes Mark. Parak on strike. He bowled it full, and that was well defended. He played it in the V towards the cover fielder. That was a good ball, a good comeback by Mark. Slight breeze across the ground. Mark bowling from the pavilion end. Final ball of the over. Parak on strike. Defended on the back foot. End of the over. 1 gone. 4 for no loss. Good start by West. All right, so we have the second over now, and it's going to be Dilip Chauhan who's going to share the new ball. He's marking his run up over here, trying to ensure that he gets it right so that he gets the correct rhythm when he's bowling and running in to bowl to the batsman. Balbir is going to be on strike. He's going to face the first ball of his inning. Second over coming up. Dilip coming in right arm over. Probably missed his run up over here, so stopped in between coming back in. The sun is out. Looks like a beautiful wicket to bat. Dilip bowls it full and Balbir let it go. The keeper missed it, but luckily the slip fielder ensured that there were no byes and there was no run. There is a first slip in place. In comes Dilip. Balls it slow. Balbir hits it towards the cover pine boundary and he gets a couple of runs. So it's a good start for Balbir. He's off the mark. Slight hesitation in the running between the wickets, but it worked out because it didn't go straight to the fielder. Sort of an interesting field. Dilip has got mid on, mid off. He's got deep mid wicket, deep square leg. He has a short third man, first slip, two fielders in covers and point. He's trying to get his first slip a little bit wider to ensure he's covering the angle. In comes Dilip. Bowls it full and Balbir plays it straight back towards Dilip. It's a dot ball. The umpires have done a great job in the first inning. Gave some really good decisions. They've been right up to the mark when it comes to wides, no balls, everything. Here is Dilip running in for the next ball. Balls it wide outside the off stump. Wide signal by the umpire. A good leave by Balbir. It's been a good start for West so far. They've looked comfortable and in control. In comes Dilip, right arm over, running in to bowl to Balbir. Balls it full and Balbir tried to flick it away but straight to square leg. An appeal from the wicket keeper, but obviously the ball was going down the leg. Umpire not interested. Dot ball. Dilip is bowling well here. He's bowling military medium, running in. Fifth ball of the over. Balls it full, well played by the Balbir towards the cover fielder. Dilip is keeping it simple, stump to stump, not bowling any loose balls as such. And it's been a good over so far. He's just given away 3 runs in his 5 balls. It's his first over, so he's sort of warming up. Let's see how he finishes his first over. Oh, well bowled, and Balbir tried to hike it towards square leg. Lucky to get an inside edge. Went towards the fine leg boundary and got a couple of runs. End of the over. It's 9 for no loss after 2 overs. Alright, Mark is going to continue with the second over here. The keeper is trying to ensure that the fielders are in place. He's discussing it with the captain to cover the gaps, not give away the easy singles in the 30-yard circle especially. He's getting a fielder towards mid-wicket from covers just to ensure that the mid-wicket gap is covered in case Mark bowls straight onto the stumps. Mark O'Dane coming in to bowl his second over and Parak on strike. That's a good ball. It was pitched full. A beautiful cover drive by Parak. It's going towards the covers boundary. Fielder giving a chase, but looks like it's in vain, and it's a fantastic boundary for Parak. Second one for him, and looks like he is settling in very nicely. Good start for Parak. On the first ball of the over, he gets a boundary. That ball was a little fuller, and Parak was right up to it, got to the pitch of the ball and played it in the gap towards the covers boundary. Mark running in to bowl the second ball to Parak. Again, oh, that's a beautiful ball, and it induced the edge and a brilliant catch in first slip. That was a beauty by Mark. He came back very strong, pitched it up, got the ball to swing a little bit, took the leading edge, and the first slip fielder took a diving catch. That's the perfect start for West, and a brilliant comeback by Mark. He gets his first wicket. Parak is gone on 8, and West are 13 for 1 in the third over. Who's the do you know the
What's going on? The Sri Lanka.
All right, we have the new batsman coming in at number 3, and he's taking his guard over here,
No, pull him out.
marking leg stump, getting
Sanjeeva with a single.
getting ready to face the first ball. Sanjeeva, he's batting in at number 3, and Mark has his tail up over here, having picked up the key wicket of Parak. All right, in comes Mark to Sanjeeva. First ball for him. Oh, that's a beamer. Well, that's given as a wide, but it was probably slipped out from his hand. So a wide ball signal by the umpire. Mark is coming into bowl now. He's all pumped up, having got a wicket in his second over. Into Sanjeeva. That's a good ball and well played by Sanjeeva on the front foot towards the point fielder. Looks like Mark is settling into a good rhythm over here. He's keeping it simple on the fourth stump, pitching it up, trying to get the ball to swing a little bit. And it's actually a perfect start for him and for West, having got the key wicket up front. In comes Mark for the fourth ball of the over. Again, that's a good ball on the fourth stump, well played by Sanjeeva towards the gully fielder. The fielding team is ensuring they are keeping the shine on the ball, passing it on to the fielders. In comes Mark. That's a good ball and well played by Sanjeeva towards mid-wicket. It's interesting they have a close-in catcher in the covers, just in case. It's a good observation by the fielding team, having batted over there. They feel that the ball is stopping a little bit. So in case if the batsman punches in the covers and doesn't come on to their bat, it might just pop up to the close-in covers fielder. Good ball by Mark, well played by Sanjeeva towards the cover point fielder. End of the over. It's 14 for 1, 3 gone. Dilip, right? Dilip? Same bowler, right?
Dilip is a bowler, right?
Yeah, looks like there's a change in bowling. A left arm spinner to start. It's a full toss and it's smashed towards the deep fine leg boundary for a 4. Balbir got a long hop like a juicy fill toss and he pulled it away towards the deep fine leg boundary. It's a loose ball to start and not quite what the captain wanted after making a change from the other end. But let's see how the bowler comes back after the first ball. So
I'm not using Wi-Fi.
the left arm spinner coming in to bowl the second ball. That's a good ball. He bowled it slower. Balbir went for the shot too early, missed the ball completely. The ball had not arrived. The shot was completed. Lucky that he was not in front of his stumps over here.
Previous ball was no ball.
Alright, so that's a good ball. The ball before this was a free hit because the first ball was signaled as no ball. It was a late call. But luckily for the fielding team, the free hit did not yield any extra runs. And the next ball was a dot ball as well. So looks like the spinner is settling into rhythm. The left arm spinner, that is. Well bowled. That's a good length. So after the first couple of balls, the bowler has come back really well over here. Again, that's a good ball that went on with the arm. Well played by Balbir towards the gully fielder. So Deepak Chadha is settling in nicely into his spell. That's a little short and Balbir plays it straight towards the point fielder. Alright, we have the final ball of the over coming up from Deepak to Balbir. Left arm round, flighted, well bowled and played off the pitch by Balbir towards the point fielder. End of the over. It's 19 for 1, 4 gone. Alright, we have Mark O'Dane to continue his third over and the new batsman Sanjeeva on strike. Mark has picked up 1 wicket. Well bowled, that was a beauty that beat the bat and how did it miss the stumps? Peach of a delivery from Mark. Good start to the over. Almost had a second wicket there. The ball pitched in line and went away very little bit. Could have easily taken the outside edge. Sanjeeva lucky to still be there. Mark is bowling really well over here and has his tail up, having picked up the first wicket. In comes Mark to Sanjeeva. Again, that's a good ball and well played by Sanjeeva. Back to the bowler. 2 dot balls to start. It's important for West that they don't lose another wicket over here, because chasing 172 is never easy, especially on this wicket where the ball is stopping. So later on, if the spinners come on, it might be a little tougher to score. In comes Mark to Sanjeeva. Bowls it full. It's flicked away between mid-wicket and mid-on. The fielder giving the chase and a couple of runs for West. They go for the third. Oh, that's very good running. That's very good running. Good intent shown by both the batsmen. Could have been a little risky, but I guess they made it in the end. So good running overall. A good throw in, especially towards the batting end, might have resulted in a run out. But all's well that ends well for the batting team. They picked up 3 over here. They probably have the mid-wicket fielder a little bit wider to cover the gap. And Mark is coming in to bowl to Balbir. Fourth ball of the over. That's a good ball and well played by Balbir towards the covers fielder. Another dot ball. Mark is ensuring he's pitching the ball up, giving himself a chance to get a wicket, especially with the new ball. He is trying to make the most of the new ball, maybe getting it to swing a little bit. In comes Mark, Balbir on strike. That's a good ball and it's played over the cover fielder towards the cover point boundary. The ball stopping in the outfield, but a couple of runs to Balbir. A good shot, making use of the power play, chipping it outside the 30-yard circle for a couple of runs. That was a good shot over the head of the fielders. Balbir is looking good over here. He has already got a boundary in the previous over, chipping it now for a couple of runs, trying to settle in to play a big inning for his team. Final ball of the over coming up. Oh, that's a beauty. That beat the outside edge. Could have easily taken the edge and Mark could have had a second wicket, but again Balbir lucky to be there. Good ball to finish. 5 gone, 24 for 1. Alright, Deepak to continue from the other end, his second over. And North have assessed the pitch really well. They know that if there is no pace on the ball, it's tougher to score. Having batted first, they have certainly realized that, which is why they have got a spinner up front right from the 4th over of the inning. A tactical change. Deepak into his second over. Sanjeeva on strike. That's a good ball and well defended by Sanjeeva. There is a slip. There is a short gully. Covers. Mid off, mid on. Square leg. Mid wicket. Point. And backward point. In comes Deepak. Second ball. And it's a wide down the leg side. North would have to ensure that they are not giving away too many extras, because that would release the pressure on West. In comes Deepak. That's a good ball, a tad short but straight to the point fielder. Sanjeeva might feel he missed out on that. In comes Deepak. Bowling left arm round, good ball. Coming into the right-hander, defended off the pitch. 2 dot balls in a row. Deepak coming in. That's a tad shot, but it kept low. Good keeping. Good keeping by Mark Wright. Deepak is sending the mid-off back for this ball. Let's see if he's going to flight it a little bit. Yes, he does give it some air and it's played towards extra cover. That's a beautiful shot. It has gone all the way for 6. What a shot from Sanjeeva. Hitting a 6 over extra cover is never easy. Deepak gave it some air. Probably tried to induce a shot towards the long off fielder, having taken the mid off back. But Sanjeeva was up to it. He placed it in the gap over extra covers for a brilliant 6. That's a beautiful shot. A treat to the eyes for everyone watching. A 6 over extra cover. Let's see how Deepak comes back over here. West have started well. They have got a good score going in the initial 6 overs. They're already 30. They have lost 1 wicket, but they are batting aggressively. Last ball of the over coming up. Good ball and defended by Sanjeeva. This is smart. Having hit a 6, he ensured he's not doing anything indifferent. Looks like there's one more ball to go. In comes Deepak to Sanjeeva. That's the arm ball, slightly short, played towards covers, but brilliant fielding by the cover fielder. Dot ball to end the over. 6 gone. It's 30 for 1. Alright, Mark to continue into his 4th over. Balbir on strike. Mark has bowled 3 overs for 14, picked up a wicket. That's a good ball. Balbir plays it towards covers. Slight misfield, but good backup by the mid-off fielder. Dot ball. Balbir is looking settled over there. He's got a couple of boundaries. Second ball of the over coming up. Mark to Balbir. Bowls it full. And Balbir has flicked it towards the mid-wicket boundary. This might go all the way. But no, the ball stops in the outfield. And they get a couple of runs. It's a good start by West. They are batting aggressively, getting the boundaries, running well between the wickets, and putting the pressure back on the fielding team. At this moment at least, they are making batting look a little easy. They have lost 1 wicket, but they are up for it with respect to the run rate. In comes Mark to Balbir again. That's a good ball. It took the outside edge, but away from the first slip, and it's gone all the way towards the 3rd man boundary. 4 runs to Balbir. He played it a tad late, tried to play it away from the slip fielder, and got an edge, but it was way away from the fielder. Gets a boundary. 3rd one for Balbir. He's looking good over here. Alright, let's see what Mark has up his sleeve over here. He's bowling a good spell, but Balbir is up for the challenge. He has 2 slips in now. Well bowled and well played by Balbir. Mark has 2 slips. He's got a point fielder, short covers, mid-off, mid-wicket, mid-on and square leg. Standard field as such. But the covers fielder is close in, trying to get the catch in case a ball pops up. In comes Mark to Balbir again. That's a good ball, well played by Balbir in the gap between square leg and mid-wicket. Gets a single. Final ball of the over coming up for Mark. Sanjeeva on strike. Facing him for the first time in this over. Looking around the field. In comes Mark. 2 slips. Oh, that's a good ball. That jumped off the wicket, but well left by Sanjeeva. Good wicket keeping by Mark Wright over there. End of the over, 7 gone, 37 for 1. Alright, we have Deepak continuing. Balbir on strike, left arm round. That ball is tossed up and Balbir plays it straight back towards Deepak. Dot ball to start. Balbir just marking his guard again. Second ball of the over, tossed up. Balbir plays it across the line. And it's going towards the mid-wicket boundary. The ball stopping in the outfield. Couple of runs for Balbir. He's looking good over here. Alright, we have Deepak, who is adjusting his field. In comes Deepak for the third ball. Left arm round. Oh, he's tossed it up and Balbir is lucky that the ball didn't go on to hit the stumps. He's trying to play across the line, something that he can avoid at this moment because he's not settled in yet. Sanjeeva doing the right thing, walking towards Balbir, probably telling him not to go across the line. It's important they get a partnership over here, especially after losing a quick wicket in the beginning. And they've got a few runs already, so there is no need to do something flashy over here, probably. That's what Sanjeeva is telling Balbir. In comes Deepak, fourth ball of the over. And that's a good ball that came in, but well played by Balbir towards covers for a single. So that's good. I mean, it's looking good overall. Alright, we have Sanjeeva on strike and Deepak coming in. That's a short ball and that's played towards the point fielder. Sanjeeva might feel he missed out on that. He could have played it in the gap for a boundary. Final ball of the over coming up. Deepak running in. Ball's a short ball and that's pulled away towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's a brilliant shot by Sanjeeva. That's 4. Too many loose balls from North and West are ensuring they are cashing in on that. End of the over, 8 gone, 44 for 1. Alright, we have Mark who's going to continue from the pavilion end. And Balbir is looking good. He's looking set. He's batting on 20 of 24 balls. Sanjeeva picked up a boundary in the last over as well. West are showing a lot of intent, getting boundaries on the loose balls, running well between the wickets. The captain is trying to set the field right. Mark is going to continue. He's going to bowl his 5th over. He's picked up 1 wicket, having given away 21 runs. He's been bowling well. He's keeping the ball pitched up, trying to get some swing. In comes Mark to Balbir. Again, he pitches it up, but that's a brilliant shot over mid-on, and that's a boundary. Balbir is making good use of the gaps, picking the right balls, playing them away from the fielders, over their head. And another boundary for Balbir. He's looking really good over here. He's picked it up really well. Mark tried to pitch it up, get some swing, but we are in the 9th over. Probably the ball has lost a little bit of its shine now. Let's see what Mark comes back with. Second ball of the over to Balbir. That's well bowled, defended. They go for the quick single towards point, and that's good running by Sanjeeva. Good rotation of strike over here. This sort of upsets the rhythm of the bowler, because if you're bowling consistently to one batsman, you can plan something, but if they are rotating the strike, it becomes difficult, because even if both of them are right-handed, they have different styles of batting. In comes Mark to Sanjeeva, third ball of the over. That's a little short, defended towards point. Dot ball here. It's been a good start over here. Overall, they are 49 for 1, going at the rate of almost 6 runs per over. This is the 9th over. Mark O'Dane into his 5th over, and Sanjeeva on strike. In comes Mark. Defended, good defense by Sanjeeva. Both the batsmen are showing that they're well in control over here, even when they're defending, and they're ensuring they're cashing in on the loose balls, making good use of the fielders who are inside the circle, playing it over their head. Good use of the power play. In comes Mark to Sanjeeva. Again, it's well defended. Doesn't look like the batsmen are in any sort of trouble over here, at least as of now. And Mark might be a little bit tired, bowling his 5th over on a trot. Probably his last over for this spell maybe. And we might see a change from the pavilion end. This might be the last ball from Mark for his first spell probably. In comes Mark to Sanjeeva, final ball of the over. It's a little short, and it's cut away towards the point fielder, who stops it with his foot and keeps it to a single. 9 gone, and it's 50 for 1. Good start by West. And we have Jaideep back over here in the commentary box, so let's get his perspective on the game for the first 9 overs and how he looks at the run chase as of now.
Thank you, Nikhil. I think, as we can all see, the West Zone are in a commanding position. After 9 overs, they've scored 50 runs. They're well above the asking rate. The asking rate is about 3.3, but they're at 5.56, almost scoring at 6 runs and over. Run a ball. Balbir has been doing a great job, 25 of 26, so he's been the aggressor. And I've always maintained, especially, well, in any format, right? Whether you're playing T20 cricket, whether you're playing 50-over cricket, test match cricket, an opening batsman that's aggressive, that shows intent, that is, that's attacking, puts a lot of pressure on the opposition, and that's exactly what Balbir has done. Parag got off to a great start, scored a few boundaries, but got dismissed off a great catch by Shaheen. And Sanjeeva replaced Parag, one classy batsman replacing another. And this partnership is going to be so vital for the North as well. I mean, for the West as well as the North, because the North have to dismiss one of these guys. Sanjeeva or Balbir, either of them can take the game away from the North Zone. Sanjeeva, very accomplished batsman. He's played Test match cricket for Sri Lanka, and he still plays regularly in Southern California in the SECL League. And Vishal Mishra comes into the attack, medium pace bowler, living in New York. A fun fact about Vishal is he's actually the co-founder of Cricinfo before ESPN took over Cricinfo. So he started Cricinfo. Very knowledgeable guy about cricket. He's a cricket nerd, as you may call it. Many of us are, including me. And I'm sure Nikhil is a cricket nerd, just like myself. But Vishal is a cricket nerd, non-parallel. And he's done a great job with Cricinfo. And he's got something very exciting launching soon as well, in a couple of days, which we'll all hear about. And it's nice to see Vishal playing cricket, being on the field and not a venture outside of the field as he bowls wide outside off stump. And Sanjeeva just guides it to the deep gully fielder. Mark looks a little stiff. He's bowled a longish spell. He's bowled about 4 to 5 overs continuously. And he seems to be a little stiff. A great shot by Sanjeeva, swept the medium pacer over square leg for a boundary. And that's what Sanjeeva and Balbir have been really good at, finding boundaries consistently. I can't remember even one over where they haven't scored a boundary. Pretty much every over they've been scoring boundaries, and that's something that the North Zone have missed out on. I think that's where they've missed a trick, is scoring boundaries consistently, keeping the scoreboard ticking, putting pressure on the bowlers, whether it's the spinners or the pacers. And going forward in the tournament, that is something that the North Zone will have to learn quickly. They'll have to learn to play a different brand of cricket, maybe a little more attacking, especially at the top. That's something I'm sure that they've probably talked about internally. Maybe not as satisfied with the 174 that they've posted. And the remaining 2 matches, I'm sure that they're going to rectify that. But having said that, as a defending team, they have 174. On the positive side, they still the West Zone still have a lot of runs to chase down. So the North Zone will have to be really tight in their fielding and bowling as Sanjeeva drives one down the ground to long off for a single. Both the batsmen, Balbir and Sanjeeva, look at such ease at the crease. No trouble at all. Very rarely getting beaten. Very rarely being troubled by the pace or the spin of the bowlers. A full toss by Vishal, driven down the ground by Balbir to long off again. A pretty busy spot there long off for both these batsmen, driving effortlessly for a single as the end of the over comes through. At the end of 10 overs, the score is 59 for 1. Run a ball going at a very, very brisk pace, and they've made this chase look so easy. Such a contrast, Nikhil. The first inning with the North Zone kind of struggling, stop and start inning in the first inning. They never really got going. They had maybe a couple of decent partnerships, about 40-50 run partnerships. Mark Wright, playing a steady innings. Mark O'Dane trying to accelerate but lost his wicket. Shaheen played a good knock, up front. But apart from those 3, and Lalit towards the end, giving them a bit of impetus and some score to defend at. Apart from those 3, such a contrast with how the West Zone have been batting so far.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jaideep. One of the things that's a big difference was you saw that North Zone lost 3 wickets up front, and that sort of rocked them initially, and then they had to stabilize in the middle order, which is something that Sanjay, Mark, and both the Marks, Mark O'Dane and Mark Wright, they did it beautifully. In comparison to that, the difference has been for the West Zone, they lost a wicket up front, but then Balbir and Sanjeeva, they have taken the attack back to the opposition. And now the bowling team is right on the back foot. The West Zone is going at 5.9 per over. And the intent which is shown by both these batsmen has made the difference. Now, one of the things in case of top order players, it's important that once you are set, you go all the way. Try to play it over the point fielder, and looks like this might go all the way, and it's a boundary. Another one for Balbir. He is looking really good over here, taking the attack to the opposition, and that's 4 runs towards the point boundary. So not quite the start that Masood was expecting in his first over. He's coming in from the pavilion end. Like we had discussed, Mark Ordain is done with his first spell, and now it's Masood from the pavilion end. A boundary of him, Balbir defending it straight back towards the bowler. So like I was saying, for a top order player, it's important that you go all the way. Now this is where the temperament from Balbir and Sanjeeva is going to make a difference, because remember, there are still more than 100 runs to go and you don't want to lose it, leave it for someone else. So it's important that you hang in there and you go all the way, especially after having seen off the initial spell from the frontline bowlers. This is where a top order player has to play responsibly, and which is what we are seeing so far from Balbir and Sanjeeva both. Masood coming in to bowl to Balbir. It's a short ball and it's played towards point for a single. We have seen good running between the wickets from both the batsmen over here. One of the things which is important is North Zone have to believe that if they get a wicket, they can get a couple more quickly, because it's not easy to bat over here, especially if you come in new. So North Zone have to believe that if they get a wicket, they can come back into the game. I think what's interesting is these runs in the power play are really going to make a difference, because as the game progresses, we might see the ball coming slower towards the bat. We might see the spinners coming into the game. Tactically, North Zone did try to see if they can get something with a slower bowler to start. They had a left arm spinner coming in, Deepak, in the first power play. Didn't quite work out, leaked a few runs, so they had to go back to the medium pacer. Looks like the batsmen are getting some water over here, probably tired with the running and the hot weather. Rightly so, they get some break and come back rehydrating themselves to ensure that they are ready. And West Zone still need more than 100 runs, so it's not like it's over here. North Zone have to believe this and probably look at getting some wickets right here. Vishal continuing with his second over here. Well bowled. Balbir played it towards mid-wicket. Dot ball to start the over. I think it's also important that North Zone come up with a plan where they don't give away too many easy singles. Dot balls might build the pressure, but for that the bowlers have to bowl the right lengths over here. That's wide shot outside the off stump. Balbir plays it towards the extra cover boundary for a couple of runs. This is sensible batting by Balbir. He's looking really good. Alright, we have Vishal coming in, bowls it full, and Balbir plays it towards mid-wicket for a dot ball. So Vishal is looking really good over here. Looks like he's trying to keep the ball full. And in comes Vishal to Balbir. That's a good ball, stump to stump, defended by Balbir. He is looking well in control over here. And like we were discussing initially, it's all about temperament over here for Balbir now, having settled in, batting on 34. He has to ensure he stays there and takes his team right to the finish line. Long way to go. In comes Vishal. And he tries to play it across the line. And there was an appeal for leg before, but looks like it was going down the leg side according to the umpire. Very lucky Balbir over here, because if he was right in front of the stumps, it would have been disappointing for him. He has to ensure he has a long way to go and he stays there. Vishal is keeping it tight in this over so far. Well bowled. Oh, that took the leading edge. Very lucky Balbir. There was no slip. Gets a single. Good fielding at short third man. End of the over. 12 gone. 67 for 1. So, Jaideep, what are your thoughts? I mean, I feel like with the slower bowlers coming in, it might be a little tougher, but the sort of start that West Zone have got, I think they are well in control at this moment, unlike was the case with North Zone, where they had lost 3 quick wickets and then they had to take their time and then sort of try to accelerate, which sort of affected their momentum. But I think Balbir and Sanjeeva have taken the attack to the opposition, and the runs that they have scored against the new ball is definitely going to come in handy for them. What do you think?
You're absolutely right. I think the way that Vishal and Sanjeeva have, Balbir and Sanjeeva have been batting so far, they have made the chase look so easy. And you make a very good point. As we go into the middle overs, we'll see a lot of spinners and slow bowlers take charge, and scoring is going to become much harder for these batsmen. So the good thing is for West Zone, they've brought down the run rate to almost 3.5 or less than 3.5, which means the middle order don't really have to do anything crazy. All they have to do is capitalize on the start, as we see a great sweep by Balbir again. Both these batsmen have employed the sweep shot to the maximum extent and leveraged that gap over square leg. There's no one in the deep in the square leg mid-wicket region, and they've done a great job chipping over that fielder, using the sweep shot to put pressure on the fielders and the captain in employing those sort of field positions, and the West Zone get 4 more runs to their total. And that's something that we have seen consistently. They've been very successful in scoring boundaries every single over, as we see a quick single taken by Balbir and Sanjeeva responding effectively as well. They've been consistently putting pressure on these fielders, and that's something that we've noticed. Look at the field for the North Zone. The field is spread out, and it's making rotating the strike pretty easy, and all they're looking to do is score a boundary and then take those singles and doubles to put further pressure on the fielders, because North Zone don't really have scoreboard pressure being employed against the West Zone, and West Zone, with their aggressive, brisk paced start, all they're looking to do is take singles and doubles, milk the bowling, and that's exactly what Sanjeeva just did, is take a single, push the ball to deep extra covers for an easy single. And you can see Sanjeeva just walk for that single. It goes to show how easy it is and how easy the batsmen are finding taking singles and rotating the strike. The North Zone needs to do something different if they have to break this partnership. The medium pace duo of Vishal and Masood have been unsuccessful so far in putting any sort of pressure against Balbir and Sanjeeva, as the end of Masood's over. And at the end of 13 overs, the score is 73 for 1. The West Zone is just going from strength to strength, making this chase look so easy, as if it's a walk in the park. Sanjeeva's walk single pretty much encapsulates the West Zone's chase. Is just a walk in the park for them to chase this under par, below par 174 that the North Zone have put up. And Vishal is continuing on from the Balki's end, as Balbir employs another slog sweep over mid-wicket, but the ball reaches the fence, and that's a boundary. So Nikhil, every over we've seen this, whether it's Sanjeeva or Balbir, every over And that's a typical strategy that a lot of aggressive batsmen use, is they make sure that they target the first 2 balls of every over and make sure that those first 2 balls, they put pressure on the bowler by getting a boundary. And that's exactly what Balbir and Sanjeeva are doing, using unconventional sweeps and slog sweeps against these pacers. I mean, normally don't associate a slog sweep and sweep against pacers. Typically, that's a shot that batsmen use effectively against spinners to make sure that spinners don't get settled on a line and length. But they are not afraid in using those shots against pacers as well. Balbir tries to play the slog sweep again, and he is out. Vishal is successful finally for the North Zone in breaking this partnership, and we see the end of Balbir having played a tremendous knock, launching the West Zone's innings in this chase, and Balbir is dismissed for 44 runs of 46 balls. Such an important knock. And Balbir is replaced by Ozair Nana, another experienced campaigner. And we'll have to see if what the instructions are for Ozair. Is he going to look to continue Balbir's aggressive role, or is he going to make sure that there isn't a collapse, make sure that West Zone, having pretty much gotten a great start and some momentum as far as this chase is concerned, is he going to have a conservative approach and make sure that no further wickets fall and ensure that Sanjeeva gets some support from the other end? Or is he going to do what Balbir does and just replace him as far as his role is concerned? Very interesting to see that. And I'm sure we'll find out in the next couple of balls. Vishal, having conceded a boundary in this over, has gotten his sweet revenge by getting Balbir out LBW. And that looked like a close call. I can't see from this angle if it was a very, very easy decision for the umpire, but that definitely looked like a close call because it hit his back foot. Vishal coming into the crease, a full ball that Ozair has driven to the short covers fielder. And just by his backlift, he seems to be another free-flowing batsman as well. So it seems to be the West Zone is filled with batsmen who have a lot of flair and are free-flowing, free-scoring, as Vishal bowls a wide outside off stump. The umpire calls it a wide as well. That's the last thing that the North Zone wants, is to give extra runs. They don't really have a lot of runs to defend, and they will have to do a better job in not giving any extra runs to the West Zone. A dot ball by Vishal, and he's going to look to finish this over strong. He's gotten a wicket, an important wicket for the North Zone, and he wants to make sure that he finishes this over strong and bowls the ball at a good length that Ozair just defended. And a strong over, a good finish to this over by Vishal. And let's see if the North Zone get a few wickets, because the only way that the North Zone can win this game or have any chance of winning this game is by taking wickets.
That's right, Jaideep, and less than 100 runs to go, and required run rate less than 3.5. So at this moment at least, West Zone are completely in control. Against the run of play, Balbir has got out, and he must be a tad upset. I mean, he was going really well. 44 from 46 balls, 6 boundaries, looking completely in control. But as they say, one ball it takes to get out. So it was a good ball by Vishal, and he's given the team a chance over here with a wicket. if North Zone can get a couple of wickets over here up front quickly, that can really change the game. At this moment, Ozair and Sanjeeva, they are batting together. 14 overs gone, 77 on the board, just 2 wickets down. And we have Sanjay Pandya coming in, left arm spin. Sanjay is someone who bowls really quick. He's got a quick arm action. He batted really well for his 34 in the first innings, stabilized the batting lineup after the 3 quick wickets for North Zone. Still actively plays in the Jersey leagues, New Jersey leagues. He's a good bowler over here. A loose ball, full toss, misfield at square leg, and it goes away to the square leg boundary, but it doesn't go all the way. Actually, it stops, and the batsmen actually get a couple of runs. In fact, 3 runs. It's good running over here. It's good running by both the batsmen. We have seen intent in running as well. A loose ball from Sanjay, sort of a long hop, full toss on the leg stump. Sanjeeva gets 3 runs for that, and we have Ozair facing Sanjay. Sanjay, like I said, he's got a quick arm action. He comes in, he bowls it really quick. He's got a good arm ball, so Ozair has to be wary of the ball coming into him as he's facing Sanjay. Let's see what happens. Here comes Sanjay, left arm round through the umpire, flights it outside the off stump. Good leave by Ozair. It's a good contest going on over here, and like we were discussing, for North Zone to come back into the game, they need to get a couple of wickets quickly, because otherwise it looks like an easy run chase at this moment, especially after the start given by Balbir. It's all about rotating and getting those singles so that they are well on track to chase 172. Less than 100 runs to go. Less than 4 runs required per over. Looking at the field, we have first slip. We do see a fly slip, sort of a short gully point covers. We have a wideish long off. We do see long on. There is a deep mid wicket, and the umpires are just confirming the balls to go. 3 more to go. In comes Sanjay, bowling to Ozair. That's a good ball, but well played by Ozair. He's flicked it towards deep square leg for a couple of runs. Sensible batting. That's all you need to do at this moment. Sanjay is not getting his line and length right. He is slightly on the middle and leg stump, at least at this moment. He needs to ensure he's bowling those darts on the off stump coming into the right hander. That's his best bet, especially with that arm ball with his quick arm action. Yeah. Alright, in comes Sanjay, bowling to Ozair. That's a good ball. That's where he needs to be. Well played by Ozair on the black foot. Defended it. But if Sanjay has to stem the flow of runs, he has to ensure he keeps bowling in good areas consistently. In comes Sanjay, and again, that's a good ball. That's where he needs to be. Good leave by Ozair. They don't need to take any risks, and it's the end of the 15th over, and West Zone are 82 for 2. It's a brilliant start, and we are up for the first drinks break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Shaban.
All right, so we have the post-drink session about to start, and we have a new bowler in. Yeah, we have a new bowler in from the other end. It's Manas and Sanjeeva on strike. 82 for 2. The 16th over about to start. He's a wrist spinner over here. First ball swept across towards the fine leg boundary. Good running between the wickets. They get a couple of runs. Good start for Sanjeeva over here. It's a very good option after the drinks break from North Zone, where they've got a wrist spinner in. Maybe he can work his magic over here, get a couple of wickets, which is the need of the hour for North Zone. Second ball coming up. And it's swept away again. And it's a brilliant stop by the short fine leg fielder, Darshan. And it's a single. So it's a good start over here after the drinks break. Good cricket overall. Manas trying to get a wicket. He has a slip in. There is long on, long off in place. In comes Manas, trying to flight the ball, but Ozair has stepped out, picked it on the full and hit it over deep square leg for a boundary. That's a brilliant shot by Ozair, using his feet very well over here and getting a boundary. So West Zone are continuing with their aggressive approach over here, picking up boundaries at will, using their feet to the spinners, rotating the strike and really putting pressure on the opposition. They're not allowing any bowler to settle down. So let's see what Manas can come back with. He's probably sending the square leg fielder back on the boundary. In comes Manas. Let's play it towards point. Dot ball. Ozair looking very much in control over here. In comes Manas for the fifth ball and trying to sweep it, but it's a wide ball down the leg. So they've already got 7 runs from this over and it's just been 4 balls. That's flighted, well bowled. Oh, that's hit the pad. Appeal for leg before, but the umpire not interested. Maybe the impact is outside the line. Ozair tried to defend the ball, wrapped on the pads, but not quite in front of the stumps. Final ball of the over, and that was a short ball down the leg. Luckily he has a fielder on the boundary and just a single. Ozair might feel he missed out on that, either side of the fielder, and that would have been a boundary. 8 of the over nevertheless. It's 91 for 2 in 16 and looks like West Zone are well on track to get the run chase. Just 81 more left. Long way to go with the number of overs. 8 wickets in hand. And North Zone would have to come up with something special over here. Sanjay to continue. He gave away a few runs in his first over. Let's see if he comes back stronger in the second over. The only way North Zone can win this game is if they pick up wickets, and at this moment at least it looks like both the batsmen are well in control. Sort of an in-out field as expected for the spinner. In comes Sanjay, left arm round through the umpire, flights the ball. Ozair hits it straight towards long off for a single. I think it's important that probably the fielding team should get some fielders in the 30-yard circle. That's the only way they can probably put some pressure and get some dot balls in or else it looks like pretty easy at this moment with the number of gaps for the batting team. They just played in the gaps, run aggressively, another couple of runs towards deep mid-wicket. This is, I mean, the captain has to think out of the box, maybe come up with some other plans, get a couple more fielders in the 30-yard circle, do something different, maybe get square leg up, couple of catching fielders. If not, it's going to be tough to defend the score after the start. Probably get mid-on up with the arm ball coming in to the batsman, because at this moment it's all in control. Sanjeeva is looking really good over there. He's batting on 28. He's played some delightful shots. 28 of just 35 balls. Ozair has already hit a boundary. He's batting on 8. In comes Sanjay. Played it towards mid-wicket. Final ball of the over coming up. Sanjeeva on strike. That's the arm ball, quicker through the air, but probably going down the leg side. End of the over. It's 94 for 2 at the end of 17 overs. So Jaideep, what are your thoughts? I mean, do you think the captain Janak needs to do something different over here? Probably put some pressure with some dot balls. The bowlers need to bowl good areas, not give those loose balls, because at this moment, at least with the lesser number of fielders in the 30-yard circle, it's looking really easy, milking the singles, and they don't have to do anything different at this moment. So as a fielding captain at this moment, if you put your fielding captain's hat on, what would be something different that you would look to do?
Absolutely, Nikhil. You know, I completely agree. The only way the North Zone are going to win this game is by taking wickets. That's the only way. So having said that, you know, as a captain, they have to be aggressive. It's okay if the bowlers get hit for a couple of boundaries. It's absolutely okay, but they have to take that risk. And Dilip, the captain of the North Zone, has brought Manas into the attack, and I think that's an aggressive move. Playing a wrist spinner in itself, you know, because they are wicket takers. Wrist spinners are wicket takers, and Manas, I've played, you know, with him for a long time in Massachusetts, you know, cricket league, and he's known to be a wicket taker. I remember him taking a hat trick when for his team. When his team was under pressure. So he's known to take wickets, and that's exactly what the North Zone is going to be hoping for as Ozair drives to long off for a single. And I posed a question earlier, what role would Ozair be playing? Will he be replacing Balbir as the aggressor, or will he try and look to consolidate? And I think he's answered my question so far. He is looking to dominate the attack, and both these batsmen are continuing on where Balbir and Sanjeeva left off, and they are making this chase look so easy. They've been just cruising along, absolutely no pressure whatsoever, dispatching every single loose ball, which was something that the North Zone were not able to do when they batted. Short and wide, and Sanjeeva cuts it through extra covers for a boundary. And Sanjeeva is such a classy batsman. He has put every single bat ball and dispatched every single bat ball to the boundary. And that, to me, folks, is the difference between the West Zone and the North Zone. Is putting pressure on the bowlers, putting pressure on the fielders, as well as the captain, and ensuring that they employ defensive fields. And in spite of the North Zone employing defensive fields, the West Zone have managed to find the boundaries as Manas bowls another short and wide ball, and Sanjeeva looks to penetrate the infield, but this time straight to the fielder. And Manas completes his over, and the score is 99 for 2 at the end of the 18th over. So in a very comfortable position are the West Zone. They're almost at 100 runs, more than halfway there. All they need are 75 runs now, and more than 27 overs remaining. So this is going to be a walk in the park for the West Zone, unless they lose wickets. and both these batsmen look pretty settled under no pressure. So unless the North Zone can get really creative in their bowling changes and field setting, as a captain, Nikhil, you asked me that question. What I would do is ensure that I would talk to my bowler and ensure that he bowls certain lines and lengths, and he has a plan in mind in terms of where he's going to get his next wicket from, and push the infielders in, put some pressure on the batsmen to hit over the infielders for their runs, and put pressure on the batsmen to ensure that their runs come from boundaries. So they're taking those high-risk options as opposed to milking the bowling, which is exactly what they're doing now as Ozair gets off strike with a single. And Sanjay Pandya bowls to Sanjeeva, and Sanjeeva, as usual, tries to milk the bowling, continue to milk the bowling, and try to penetrate that extra cover gap for a single, but he's unable to do that for this ball. A short ball this time, and Sanjeeva hits it up in the air, but just beyond the reach of Sanjay, who was attempting to take a cotton bowled. Sanjay is has impressed me so far. He's quicker through the air, he's flatter in his trajectory, and seems to be pretty accurate. Seems to be a bowler who likes to bowl arm balls and angle the ball in to the batsman. Sanjay bowls a full toss that Sanjeeva just sweeps down to square leg for an easy 2. Sanjeeva doesn't walk this 2 like he has been doing his singles, but an easy 2 nevertheless. Sanjay reminds me of the West Zone's Dharmesh, who was pretty successful in the first innings, and he's trying to do the same thing that Dharmesh did during the West Zone innings. And Dharmesh, like I said, was pretty successful. I think it took about a couple of wickets, couple of important wickets, might I add. And Sanjay needs to do the same thing. He needs to get Sanjeeva out, the prize wicket of Sanjeeva, as he bowls a quicker one, but angles it down leg, and Sanjeeva just glances it to fine leg, and the ball just stops right in front of the boundary line, but they still manage to take 3 runs. So not only are they dispatching the loose balls for boundaries, they're also doing a great job running between the wickets, ensuring that the scoreboard is consistently ticking along. And the West Zone needs 67 runs now, so it just looks to be easier and easier. Nikhil, are you a spinner, a medium pacer? Would you fancy yourself on a pitch like this? What would you do different if you were a bowler?
Yeah, I'm an opening batsman and a left-arm spinner, so this pitch looks like a really good pitch to bowl on as well. So from my end, if I come into bowl at this moment, the first thing, like we were discussing, what I would do is get the 30-yard fielders in, because otherwise it's very easy at this moment for the batting team, just milk the singles and you might get the loose ball. So if I was bowling, I would get mid-on, mid-off up, probably keep deep mid-wicket as a left-arm spinner, and invite the batsman to go over the head, because the only way North Zone can win this game is by picking up wickets. Otherwise, they're just going to basically milk the singles, get the odd boundary, and continue scoring. We have a change in bowling over here. There's a left-arm spinner coming in, Rajiv Shah. He's got a good action over here. High arm action, flighting the ball. Looks like he's a good bowler, and he's bowling a little slower through the air, which is ideal in this situation. The only scenario or the disadvantage for him is the scoreboard. Like, they are already 105 on the board, no pressure on the batsman, because these were the sort of bowlers who really kept a tight lid on North Zone when they were batting. They had like 2 to 3 such bowlers who really didn't give any pace to the batsman, making it difficult to score. But because of the start that West Zone have got, they don't have to do anything different. They can just play in the V. But and again, that's a brilliant shot. It's gone towards the long on boundary for a 4. This is a good shot by Sanjeeva. He's playing some delectable shots. He is really playing in the V. a treat to the eyes, the sort of shots that he's playing over here. This was a risk-free shot, slightly fuller by Rajiv, and Sanjeeva played it straight down the ground towards the long on boundary. So again, without any pressure, they got a boundary, so they've got 4 of 4 balls. In comes Rajiv for the 5th ball, flighted it, but it's a brilliant shot through extra cover. It's a fantastic cover drive, and it's gone to the cover point boundary for 4. This is exceptional batting by Sanjeeva. He's got 2 back-to-back boundaries. The pressure is again back on the bowler. He's bowling his first over, and he's already given away 8 runs. But this was, to be honest, not that bad a ball. It was a very good shot by Sanjeeva, who played it in the gap between the covers and point fielders and got a boundary. So back-to-back boundaries for Sanjeeva. He's batting on 45, looking really good. 45 of just 50 balls. Final ball of the over coming up. In comes Rajiv, flighting the ball and just defended it back towards the bowler. That's the end of the over, 8 of it, and it's 113 for 2 after 20 overs, and they're going at a run rate of 5.7. It's looking really easy at this moment for West Zone. Ozair has come in. He has ensured that there has been no loss of momentum after Balbir got out, and it looks like North Zone are looking a little bit short of ideas at this moment. They're keeping the field the same, in and out field, nothing different. There's a change in bowling from the pavilion end. Manas is coming in from the pavilion end now, probably switching ends, trying to see if he can generate more bounce, possibly more spin with his wrist spin, leg spin, trying to generate some extra bounce from this end. Ozair on strike facing Manas. And this is over number 21. First ball of the over. It's flighted. Ozair plays it towards covers. It's a dot ball. Good start for Manas from the pavilion end. We have an extra cover, long on, long off. And we have a deep mid wicket. In comes Manas to Ozair. He comes down the track, but well bowled by Manas. 2 dot balls. So this is so far a good start to the over by Manas. Let's see if Ozair tries to do something different over here, or just keeps it simple and taps it for a single somewhere. In comes Manas to Ozair. He lets it go. 3 dot balls. Good bowling by Manas from the pavilion end so far. In comes Manas to Ozair. Flighting the ball. Manas, Ozair letting it go. So 4 dot balls. This is the sort of pressure that was required in the last few overs. Let's see what happens now. 5th ball tossed up, and Ozair plays it towards the covers fielder. So this has been a good over so far by Manas. He's really keeping it tight. 5 dot balls. Hopefully he finishes strong. Final ball of the over coming up, and it's tossed up, and Ozair goes for it towards the extra cover boundary. And the extra cover fielder picks it up. A good throw over here. End of the over, just 1 of it. So this has been a really tight over. 21 gone, 114 for 2. Probably it's a tad too late, but you never know. Couple of wickets here, and the game can get interesting. So yeah, overall, I mean, perfect conditions to bat. The fielding team has to think of something different, come up with some out of the box ideas. Try to put some pressure, and I think it's important. One of the things, Jaideep, is I think we are talking about partnership, the partnership which is building over here between Ozair and Sanjeeva. As bowlers, we need to have that bowling partnership as well. Like if you see Manas has given away just 1 run from the pavilion end, it's important that Rajiv keeps it tight from the other end, because if the pressure is released from the other end, then again there is nothing different that both the batsmen would have to do. So what are your thoughts on bowlers bowling in partnerships and building the pressure together, probably generating more wickets and possibly getting North Zone back in the game again?
Yes, Nikhil, I couldn't agree more. Whether it's batsmen or bowlers, functioning in partnerships is so important, because that puts pressure on both ends, and that's different. When you only have pressure at one end, as far as bowling is concerned, the batsman can play that bowler off and ensure that they put pressure on the other bowler. So it's so important to put pressure on at both ends. Maybe some days it's one bowler's day and they pick up wickets, but if the other bowler on the other end ensures that no runs are scored or minimal runs are scored, that ensures that the team is in a better position. And Rajiv, with an unsuccessful appeal, he seems to be having the same ideas. He's trying to put pressure as Ozair pushes the ball towards long on for a single. And he wants to do that. Manas had a decent overs, just having changed ends, just giving one run. And it's important, like you said, Nikhil, for Rajiv now to keep applying that pressure, to ensure that they keep, they put a lid on the scoring rate, at least for a few overs. Because the only way they win, like I've maintained, is to take wickets. But if they're not getting any wickets, it's at least important to make sure that the run rate is an issue for West Zone. So they apply some pressure from that perspective. And Rajiv just shortens the length a little bit. Well defended by Sanjeeva. Sanjeeva has looked really, really solid. Solid in his defense and very classy in his stroke play. As he misses one, the commentator's curse, as they call it. Just when I call him classy, he gets beaten by Rajiv Shah. A tight over by Rajiv. He's just given 2 runs off that over. So exactly what we were talking about, the bowlers have been doing the last couple of overs. And now it's important for Manas to follow up his good over from this end. The last time is follow up with another tight over. And the score at the end of 22 overs is 117. They need around 50 runs now, the West Zone. So very easy now. And we've been repeating this. We've been harping on this. It's going to come down to Dilip, the captain of the North Zone, getting really creative. He's got to really understand that the only way they win this game, attempt to win this game, is by taking wickets. And so far, they haven't been able to do that. It's been 10 overs and both Sanjeeva and Ozair are looking very strong. Sanjeeva is heading towards his 50, the first 50 of the tournament, if he gets there. 45 or 54 balls. And Ozair has been pretty consistent in terms of his stroke play, in terms of milking singles. He's on 14 right now of 25 balls. And both these batsmen have ensured that there is a boundary scored every couple of overs. The last 2 overs have been an exception to that. They haven't been able to score a boundary. And it's been good bowling by both Manas and Rajiv in ensuring that no boundary has been scored of the last 2 overs. Manas bowls a good ball there and tries to toss it up this time. And Ozair just pushes it, drives it towards long on using his feet. And that's another thing that I believe was missing from the North Zone's innings, is the usage of feet, especially against spinners. And that's such an important component when you're batting against spinners. Using your feet, dancing down the track as Sanjeeva lifts it over extra covers, lifts Manas over extra covers for a single. And that's another thing, using their feet, but also using angles, using your wrists, ensuring that you get gaps, whether between fielders or over fielders. So you have to get creative as a batsman. Ozair tries to step down again for a single, but well fielded by Darshan. Employing his footy skills, Darshan plays football, indoor football, or soccer as they like to call it here, pretty regularly. And that's what he did over there, stopping that ball with his feet. Manas tosses it up and Ozair drives it over the cover fielder Darshan to get 2 easy runs. They're back to doing what they've been doing all this while. It was just a gap of 2 overs now where they struggled to get runs. But this over, again, they're back to milking the bowlers. And they've already taken 4 runs off this over. Been very busy at the crease, both of them. As Manas pushes it wider outside off stump this time. And Ozair just left the ball alone. It seems like both Ozair and Sanjeeva have certain areas that they like to target, and they've been patient in waiting for the right balls that they can dispatch. Sanjeeva especially, like I said, has been very, very classy. He reminds me of Mahela Jayawardene in terms of his stroke play. He's from Sri Lanka as well, having played a lot of first-class cricket in Sri Lanka. I was mentioning this earlier. Sanjeeva is from LA. He plays cricket regularly in the Southern California Cricket Association. He plays for different teams. Because he's over the age of 45, he's actually over the age of 50. That's why he's playing the Masters. You're able to play for multiple teams. So he plays for a Sri Lankan club called Century Cricket Club, and he's one of their mainstays, along with Pulasti Gunaratne, who's also played for Sri Lanka. And both Sanjeeva and Pulasti are the mainstays for Century as far as batting is concerned. But he also plays for a few other teams whenever possible. And Sanjeeva faces Rajiv Shah this over. Full toss and clipped towards the deep mid-wicket fielder for a single. Sanjeeva is fast approaching his 50. And if he gets there, it's going to be a glorious knock. Such an important knock for the West Zone. They needed either Parag or Sanjeeva, both their established, rocks of the team as far as batting is concerned. And after Parag got dismissed by a beautiful catch, Sanjeeva is ensuring that one of them has a big innings, an impactful innings for the team. And Rajiv continuing on, bowling tight lines, not giving any width, as well as making sure that he's bowling it full and flat. Oh, beautiful ball by Rajiv. Beaten the batsman outside off stump, and Mark Wright collects it very cleanly. It would have been a stumping chance if Ozair had stepped out, and he's very keen to step out against spinners. But this time, I'm sure he's glad that he didn't step out outside the crease, because Mark is very sharp with his reflexes. And Sanjeeva and Ozair just had a little chat. Sanjeeva just making sure that Ozair doesn't do anything crazy. And Rajiv, as I was saying, he's bowling tight lines. He drops it short, and Ozair makes full use of that loose delivery by Rajiv, dispatching it over square leg for a boundary and breaking that boundary dry spell that they had for about 3 overs by hitting a boundary. And they're taking a quick drinks break. Nikhil, it seems to be a walk in the park for the West Zone. I mean, there's nothing that the North Zone can do apparently to break these guys and to put them on the back foot.
Yes, that's right, Jaideep. It looks like a matter of time now. 46 runs to go, 8 wickets in hand. Run rate not an issue. Pressure not being generated from both the ends. We did see a couple of overs which were tight, but the batsmen are back to doing what they have been doing for most part of the inning, which is getting boundaries at will, cashing in on the loose balls. And this has been a very good partnership between Ozair and Sanjeeva. Sanjeeva is batting really well over there, well in control. Ozair using his feet beautifully, ensuring that they are not missing out on any loose balls. By using his feet, he's creating pressure on the spinners, because they are not able to bowl in the same area again and again. And that makes a difference, like you were mentioning, Jaideep. We didn't see that much during the North Zone inning. We didn't see them using their feet to the spinners, which is consequently the spinners were able to bowl in the areas that they wanted to. And Ozair has not allowed the North Zone spinners to do that to him. He has been using his feet, which has resulted in the North Zone spinners bowling short or bowling too full, which has led to loose balls and the boundaries consequently. Manas is going to continue from the pavilion end. West Zone are 126 for 2 in 24 overs. And we have Sanjeeva on strike. He's batting on 47. Fast approaching the first 50 of the tournament. It's a wide ball outside the off stump. He's played it towards extra cover, and it's a beautiful stop by the extra cover fielder, but Sanjeeva gets a couple of runs, takes him to 49, and his 49 has been a really good inning for the team. In comes Manas to Sanjeeva. Flights the ball, well defended by Sanjeeva. Front foot defense towards covers. Dot ball. Manas is into his 5th over and he's given away 21 runs. Let's see whether he can pick up a couple of wickets over here for his team. In comes Manas. The ball is outside the off stump and it's played towards extra cover again, towards sweeper cover. And Sanjeeva gets a couple more runs, which gets him to his 50. It's been a fantastic knock by Sanjeeva. He has gone on to 50 and he's batting on 51 now of 60 balls. He raises his bat to the pavilion, applauded by his teammates, and a crucial knock over here, especially after losing Parak early in the inning. Well played, Sanjeeva. In comes Manas. He tosses it full. Sanjeeva plays it towards mid-wicket. So the score is 130 for 2 and we are in the 25th over. Manas tossing it up. Sanjeeva plays it easily towards long on. Gets a single, no pressure. And it's 131 for 2. With the final ball of the over coming up. Ozair on strike. There is a slip in place. Let's see if Manas tries to do something different. He tosses it. Ozair uses his feet. Beautifully placed towards long off. Gets an easy single. End of the over. 25 gone. 132 for 2. And it looks like it's just a matter of time now. We have to see whether there is a bowling change from the other end. But it looks like Rajiv is probably going to continue. So they've got a total of 15 boundaries and a 6 in just 25 overs in their inning, which shows the intent and the aggression throughout this inning. Right from the time Balbir and Parak came in, Parak got a couple of boundaries. He got out early, but Balbir cashed in, and along with Sanjeeva, they had a beautiful partnership, made full use of the power play, didn't allow any of the frontline bowlers to settle in. And with the sort of start that they gave their team, it was more about ensuring that you are not losing wickets, which is exactly what Ozair is doing here along with Sanjeeva. Rajiv continuing. He comes in to bowl to Ozair. And that was a good ball. Arm ball it came in. But Ozair plays it nicely towards point. Dot ball to start the over. So this is looking like a cakewalk at this moment for West Zone. Beautiful conditions to bat and a perfect day for cricket. Slight breeze. In comes Rajiv to Ozair. Tosses it up. Ozair plays it easily towards long off. They are milking the singles and it looks like the opposition is short of ideas at this moment. They're just going through the motions. Nothing different. 133 for 2. In comes Rajiv. Again, it's placed towards long off for an easy single. This is really nice to see. It's risk-free cricket. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing different needed at this moment. Shows the temperament and the class of both the batsmen over here. They're doing it easily over here. In comes Rajiv. That was the arm ball. And Ozair let it go. Well left by Ozair. So Rajiv coming in and he's tossed it up and Ozair plays it towards covers. Good stop by the cover fielder. Final ball of the over coming up. Ozair on strike. The sun is out. Tossed up by Rajiv, defended by Ozair towards covers, and it's the end of the over. 26 overs gone and it's 134 for 2. All right, we have Lalit Mishra coming in from the pavilion end.
There is no Lalit Mishra, there is Lalit Bhatia.
I'm sorry, that's Lalit Bhatia, not Lalit Mishra. Apologies for that. Lalit Bhatia coming in from the pavilion end. The first ball was a wide down the leg side and it went to the boundary. Sorry, wide and 2, so it's 3 wides to start. Not quite the start Lalit expected. Lalit coming in to bowl to Sanjeeva, who's batting on 53. The current run rate is 5.27. In comes Lalit. Good ball. Defended by Sanjeeva towards mid-wicket. Lalit looks like a bowler who's trying to angle the ball into the right-hander. He has 1 slip. In comes Lalit to Sanjeeva. That's a good ball that took the outside edge, but Sanjeeva played it with soft hands, didn't carry to first slip. But a good ball by Lalit over here. It looks like he's getting some shape into the batsman. 2 dot balls after the first ball, which went for 3 wides. So Lalit settling into his spell nicely. In comes Lalit to Sanjeeva. Again, that's a good ball, and Sanjeeva plays it easily towards long off and sort of walks for a single. 138 for 2, and the required run rate is less than 2 per over, 8 wickets in hand. Ozair on strike to Lalit. That's well bowled and that's wrapped. That's very lucky. Very lucky. Good ball by Lalit. Ozair tried to flick it, but sort of he was lucky to not have the ball hit his pads. In comes Lalit. He's looking good over here. Lalit has been bowling well his first 4 balls. That's a good shot. It's played towards point. Easy single. So they've got 5 runs in the over from the 5 balls that Lalit has bowled. Bear in mind the first ball was actually 3 wides. So after that Lalit has bowled 5 balls which have generated just 2 runs. It's been a good comeback by Lalit. Let's see how he finishes with the final ball of the over. That's well bowled. Did extract something from the wicket, but since Sanjeeva is set, he sort of saw off that good ball. End of the over, 5 of it. 27 gone, 139 for 2. Alright, it looks like Rajiv is going to continue from the other end. And he is going to bowl to Ozair. Rajiv is into his 5th over and he's given away 18 runs. In comes Rajiv outside the off stump, and it's actually a wide signal by the umpire. Not quite the start Rajiv was expecting. Rajiv to Ozair. Ozair using his feet but hitting it straight back towards Rajiv. Dot ball. Ozair is batting well. He's on 24. In comes Rajiv tossing the ball up. Another wide outside the off stump. Ozair is not attempting anything rash, letting the balls outside the off stump go, getting easy runs with the extras. Rajiv coming in, bowls the arm ball, well defended by Ozair, trying to get a quick single, but the cover fielder running in fast, ensuring there is no single. Dot ball. Rajiv is running through his over here. He's got a good action over here. He's looping the ball. Ozair using his feet again, trying to negate whatever spin Rajiv can generate with his high arm action. dot ball towards mid wicket. In comes Rajiv, flighting the ball, and it's a brilliant shot. It's an extra cover boundary for, I'm sorry, there's an extra cover fielder, and it's a single towards extra covers for Ozair, playing it well. So easily they've got 3 runs already in this over from the 4 balls, thanks to the 2 wides. Rajiv coming into bowl to Sanjeeva, arm ball, and it hits the wrapped on the pads. There's a big appeal, and the umpire has given it out. It looked like it was in line. It hit the pad, going straight on with the arm, and looked like it's going to hit the middle stump. Good call by the umpire, but a fantastic knock by Sanjeeva. He has got out for a well-made 54 of just 68 balls, and he's got 5 boundaries and a 6 in that. Beautiful batting and a knock that certainly deserves an ovation. His entire team applauding as he comes back to the pavilion. It's been a fantastic knock by Sanjeeva, and a good wicket for Rajiv. The arm ball doing the trick, wrapped on the pads right in front. Good decision by the umpire. 3rd wicket down, 142 for 3, and we have 1 more ball to go in the 28th over. Fantastic knock by Sanjeeva, and we have the new batsman walking in now. All right, we have the new batsman coming in, and Rajiv has got a breakthrough for his team over here. Final ball of the over, new batsman on strike, Rajiv coming in. It's a good ball, and the batsman tries to cut it, plays it towards short third man. End of the over, 28 overs gone, 142 for 3, and it's less than 30 runs to go. Actually 30 runs to go, and 17 more overs left with 7 wickets in hand. So unless there is a dramatic collapse, this looks like an easy run chase so far. Ozair is still there from one end, and we have Mohammad Hamza who has walked in to bat. Lalit Bhatia has bowled a good first over after the 3 wides that he gave on the first ball. Since then he's bowled well. He's trying to get the ball to angle into the right-hander, and he's bowling good lengths, good areas. So if he can generate something and do some magic, we might be up for an interesting finish. In comes Lalit, good length, well played by Ozair. He's looking comfortable, played it towards covers, and it's a dot ball to start for Lalit. Lalit is certainly trying to get some shape into the batsman. He's got a slingy action, running in hard, quick arm action. In comes Lalit, well bowled again towards covers by Ozair. Ozair is settled in there, and he needs to ensure that he stays right till the end with 30 runs to go, because you don't want 2 new batsmen coming in at this moment, even though it's only 30 runs to go. Ozair has to stay there till the end. In comes Lalit. That's well bowled, and again, that's sort of a misfield by the point fielder. It's going towards the point boundary, and that's a boundary. Very good shot by Ozair. Again, after 2 good balls, the pressure has been released with this boundary. Maybe it was a little bit away from the point fielder, but it was a fantastic shot by Ozair. He's really timing the ball beautifully, and it was not that bad a ball, to be honest. But Ozair on 29 now, and 26 runs to go in the run chase. In comes Lalit. That's again a good ball. Ozair plays it towards point. So they've got 4 of 4 in this over. Final 2 balls to go. And I think it's about a matter of time now for West Zone to get the runs. Looks like they're just going through the motions. In comes Lalit. That looks like a dot ball, well left by Ozair. Final ball of the over coming up. And let's see how they finish. Ozair is batting nicely over here. He's on 29 of 51 balls. He is joined by Hamza after the fall of Sanjeeva's wicket in the last over. Final ball of this over coming up. This is the 29th over. In comes Lalit. It's short and Ozair flicks it towards square leg for an easy single. So 29 overs gone, 147 for 3. And we have Jaideep back in the commentary box. He's going to take it over from here, probably till the end. Welcome, Jaideep.
Thank you, Nikhil. Great job with the commentary today, Nikhil. And the presentation overall, as far as the video is concerned, has been great as well. I've been receiving a lot of great feedback. And please, message the Masters group on Facebook. Reach out to the Masters group. Give us your feedback as far as how the coverage has been today, how the commentary has been today. If you're interested in the Masters USA, learning more about them, maybe even joining the Masters USA. You could find your own regional Masters team if you're interested in playing the over 50s leagues and the over 50s World Cup and the over 50s tournaments that we have around the world. Definitely reach out to the contacts provided on the website. But like Nikhil said, it's been just a walk in the park for West. Ozair dispatches a full toss towards deep mid wicket that Rajiv has dished out to him, but he's unable to get a boundary off that. Ozair takes a single, gets off strike, gives strike over to the new batsman Hamza. Rajiv bowls a shortest ball. Hamza tries to glance it towards the gully region, but North Zone has a wideish slip that was able to stop that. Another short ball outside off stump. The ball is gripping a little bit on the pitch. It's not very easy for the batsman to stroke those balls. Hamza tried to cut it but got beaten by a little bit of grip on the pitch. A full ball this time by Rajiv, and Hamza drives it to the short extra cover fielder. The North Zone are trying their best to manufacture a wicket, but they have been very unsuccessful so far, as Rajiv bowls a full ball that Hamza drives and penetrates the infield towards extra covers for 2 runs. And 150 up for the West Zone. All they need now is just 25 runs to get to 175, and about 20 overs, 19.2 to be precise, remaining in the chase. Rajiv finishes off his over, and it seems like he probably is done with his spell as well. What can North Zone do? What can Dilip do? It doesn't seem like they have any chance. Everyone on the field is in despair. Shoulders are down. What can they do to have any chance of winning this game? In fact, it's the end of the 30th over, so the second drinks break is going to be taken now, as North Zone and the batsmen of the West Zone walk outside the park to take a quick break before they resume play. And stay tuned, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, folks. We are at the post-drinks session. This will be the final session of play for today. And West Zone are back to chase down 175. They only need about 25 or 27 runs to get to the target. 22 runs, I stand corrected, to get to the target. And Sanjay Pandya is going to bowl his second spell of the day. And he bowls a full toss, and Ozair just drives it down the ground to long off for a single. And the West Zone are in no hurry. They're going to treat this chase just like they have throughout the innings. It's a walk in the park for them, under no sort of pressure. Short ball by Sanjay this time. And Hamza tried to glance it towards the deep gully area, but found no real timing on that. The question really is, are the North Zone playing with the intent to win, or playing with the intent to bowl as many overs as possible against the West Zone in preparation for the next two games? If I were the captain, I would put as much pressure as possible, bring the fielders, the deep fielders in, and invite the batsmen to chip over the infielders for scoring opportunities. Short ball by Sanjay, and Hamza taps it towards point for a single. The batsmen hesitated, but they were still able to gallop to a single. The fielders are looking pretty tired. It's approaching the end of day's play, and tired legs creep in to prevent those quick singles. As Ozair just taps it again back to the bowler for a dot ball. And a good ball by Sanjay. The last two balls of this over. This one was specifically good, on a good length. I stand corrected, it was actually the last ball of the over. So, end of the over. A decent over by Sanjay, coming back into the last session of the day. Just giving a couple of runs. And on the other hand, we have Rajiv Shah continuing on. He's bowled a very tight spell so far, and he's been able to get a wicket as well, did Rajiv Shah. Rajiv Shah was able to get the important wicket of Sanjeeva. And now he's looking to get maybe a couple more wickets. Unless the North Zone get at least 2 or 3 wickets at this stage within the next 2 overs, they stand no chance of winning this game. And I'd be interested to see what Dilip, the captain of the North Zone, does. And he's in deep discussion with Rajiv, his bowler, to see what can they do, what field positions does he need to employ, and the bowler is comfortable with. Rajiv, a foolish ball. Hamza takes a swipe at it, but gets beaten all ends up. So what I have a problem with is, at this stage of the innings, while North Zone is defending a score, and Rajiv bowls a foolish ball this time, appeals for an LBW, but the umpire indicates that the ball is going to go down leg. So I was just saying, what I have a problem with is that deep mid-wicket fielder, that long-on fielder, that deep extra cover fielder. Why would you want those deep fielders at this stage of the game when they're looking to win the game? As Rajiv beats the batsman again, beats Hamza again. Rajiv Shah has been creating some trouble for the batsman. He's probably the only bowler, maybe along with Lalit, who bowled a quick spell before the drinks break. Rajiv, a foolish ball, and Hamza drives it this time towards the deep extra cover fielder for a single. Rajiv bowling the last 2 balls, wide outside off stump again, and this time beats Ozair, the set batsman. Rajiv has been creating some problems to the batsman. It's not, like I said, it's not an easy pitch to bat on. It's not as easy as the West Zone have made it look or appear to be. And Nikhil and I were discussing in the commentary box how North Zone have been way under par in terms of setting a target for the West Zone to chase. In my opinion, this pitch was at least a 200 par pitch. And North Zone didn't really show as much desperation in scoring runs, which resulted in them scoring an under par 174 as Sanjay continues on from the pavilion end. A tight arm ball again to start off this over with to Hamza. Another arm ball, but this time down the leg, and Hamza tries to sweep that ball but just got beaten. Perhaps it brushed his pads, and the umpire doesn't give that a wide. Another foolish ball, another arm ball, as we have come to expect from Sanjay, but clearly going down leg, so a muffled appeal by Sanjay. Pretty obvious that wasn't out. Another foolish ball, this time correcting his line towards off stump, and Hamza just defends it. Both these batsmen are under no real pressure. The field is spread out. Less than 20 runs to get, so under no real pressure whatsoever, and North Zone are making it further easier for them as Sanjay bowls a Yorker to Hamza, and Hamza digs that one out. But the West Zone are under no real pressure. All they really have to do is just keep milking, keep taking those singles and doubles to win this game. And Hamza just defending this ball as the over comes to an end. And the scorer tells me, scorer J tells me that this is the first maiden of this innings. So that just tells you, that just encapsulates this entire innings by the North Zone. They've just struggled to keep a check on the scoring. They've struggled to pick up wickets when they, most needed it. It's been a struggle of a day for the North Zone. Rajesh Shah continues on. I thought that was going to be the end of the spell, but the North Zone want him to get a longer spell in because he's one of the only bowlers that has been bowling consistently and putting some pressure on the batsman, especially after the last over. A foolish ball, and this time hits straight to short extra covers, and Dilip takes that catch. The batsman stands his ground. He's not convinced that the captain Dilip took that catch, but Dilip is convinced that he did. And now the umpire and the captain Dilip having some discussion. Maybe there's a bit of a cloud of confusion whether Dilip took that catch or not. And the umpire says it wasn't really evident. So the batsman Ozair is able to continue on. It looked like it was a clean catch, but it's very tough to call that from here. I'm sure the umpire and the fielder himself is in a much better position to see if that was a clean catch or not. Rajiv, a foolish ball, but Ozair just defends it. Ozair has been respecting Rajiv because Rajiv has been creating some problems. The pitch is a little weary now, so I'm sure it's assisting the spinners a little more than it did in the first innings. And Ozair just pushes the ball, cuts the ball, in fact, to the point fielder for a single. Another fuller ball, but this time Hamza hits it over the infield, over extra cover for an easy single. I think Hamza assumed that the ball was going to carry over to the boundary rope. But the outfield has been a little soggy, has been a little sticky. The ball sticks onto the ground and just doesn't travel as quickly as the batsman anticipated to. This is something that teams have to keep in mind when they play the next couple of days. Short ball by Rajiv, and Ozair not able to penetrate the infield. Not a bad over by Rajiv. The West Zone needs 17 runs now of 66 balls. So a lot of balls for the West Zone. They can take all the time in the world. They can ensure, both these batsmen, that they get enough batting practice for the next two games that are coming up for them. They are in a dominating position. There is no real issue as far as run rate is concerned. This tournament doesn't really take run rates into account, so there is no incentive for the batsmen to score boundaries and to finish the game as quickly as possible. So both these batsmen are taking their time, ensuring that they get enough practice on this pitch. And the fact that the West Zone is going to play all three matches on this particular ground, I think it's going to stand them in good stead to have both Ozair and Hamza get as much batting practice on this pitch as possible. And if I were the captain, I repeat, if I were the captain, I would put as much pressure on them, invite them to take more risks. At this point, looking at all these deep fielders, I fail to see how North Zone is playing to win this game here. As Sanjay bowls another tight ball that Hamza just defends. No problem whatsoever for Hamza and Ozair here. There's no danger of them getting out if they're playing defensively, just looking for ones and twos. Another solid defense. Hamza back to the short extra cover fielder. And it seems like North Zone have really resigned to the fact that there's no chance for them to win. And Sanjay creates some sort of an opportunity. It's mostly because Hamza tried to slog that over deep mid wicket, but just got beaten. Sanjay bowled that a little flat, and the pitch, like I said, has been gripping a little bit. It's not as easy for stroke play as one would expect. Another short ball, but this time Hamza glances it, guides it towards the deep gully area for a single. And that's how it seems the way they're going to approach this chase. No real pressure, no danger, no incentive for them to accelerate or win this as quickly as possible, like I said. So all they want to do is get to the target in singles and doubles. And this time Sanjay fires it in for a quicker ball, and it seems to me that that was as plumb as it gets for an LBW. And Ozair's fighting knock comes to an end. A replay of that dismissal there. As you can see, it struck him on the front pad. No issue of height, no issue of line. It was as plumb as it gets, and Ozair scores 33 runs of 65 balls. A really well compiled knock by Ozair. An inning of substance, an inning of importance for the West Zone. And both Ozair and Sanjeeva, one would believe, have done the job for West Zone, have brought them to such a comfortable position where there is no real danger of losing this game. new batsman at the crease is Rajendra Baradari. And Rajendra Baradari is the number 6 batsman for West Zone. He comes in with absolutely no pressure whatsoever as far as the scoring rate, as far as the number of runs that the West Zone have to get are concerned. What an amazing opportunity to get some batting practice for Rajendra. As Sanjay tries to fire it in again. He's targeting the pads of these batsmen. He's trying to get these LBWs. That seems to be the mode of dismissal, the most popular mode of dismissal as far as bowlers are concerned on this pitch, is to get LBWs, put some pressure on the batsmen, force them on the front foot. It seems to be easier to play off the back foot when the batsmen have time on their hands to dispatch them to the square boundaries. And Sanjay finishes a successful over. That's what the North Zone have been hoping for. And seems to be a bit of a mini conference for the captain Dilip. He's confused who to give this over to. Should it be Rajiv Shah continuing on, who's been pretty successful, who's been tight with his lines and lengths? Or should he gamble on someone else? Should he gamble on a Manas, a wrist spinner, or a Deepak Chadha, who's quicker through the air, just like Sanjay, who's been successful in the previous over, or Lalit, who has been very energetic. I'm actually surprised that Lalit, who only bowled 3 overs, a 3-over spell in the middle, I'm very surprised that Dilip, the captain, did not bring him on earlier, because he, in my opinion, looked the most penetrating, the most incisive of all the bowlers that bowled for the North Zone. As Dilip and Rajiv try to get the field right. And finally, one good thing that I've seen, the infielders have been moved up, but does not seem to help the North Zone, as the batsman takes full advantage of that, dispatching this ball, a full-length ball by Rajiv, over the long-on boundary for a 6. And now the West Zone need all of 10 runs to chase their total, to achieve their target. And I see a look of resignation among the North Zone fielders and the North Zone captain. They've pretty much tried their best at this stage. They tried to apply some pressure as Rajiv tries to correct his length by pulling it back a little bit. And Hamza is unable to cut that ball. Another full-length ball this time, and a wild slog by Hamza. He gets beaten, all ends up. And Rajiv pushes the mid-off fielder back to long off now. Maybe trying to invite the batsman to drive him. But it's a double bluff by Rajiv, as he actually bowls it flatter and shorter of length. Yeah, but beating Hamza. Fuller ball this time, and Hamza just defends it and dead bats it right next to him. He's gotten the runs for the over. He got a 6 off the first ball. There's no real pressure on the West Zone. Tries to hit it again now. Tries to force the ball, sweep the ball, but a flatter ball by Rajiv. Gets an inside edge on that one, and Rajiv finishes this over off. 10 runs needed from 54 balls, 9 overs remaining. And the West Zone have made this chase look so easy. And it's been a pleasure watching these West Zone batsmen. They've looked aggressive. They look to be playing with intent. They haven't looked defensive at all. They've taken risks when needed, especially early on, especially the openers.
This is his 8th over.
And Sanjay continues on from the pavilion end. And Sanjay bowling his 7th over. Another arm ball. This time cut by Rajendra to the deep gully fielder. No runs. A foolish ball this time. That looks close, but the umpire says it was probably struck outside off stump. But Sanjay, as expected, has been desperate to get another wicket. Successful in the previous over. As the replay suggests, that was probably outside off stump. But not too far away. I think that would have been maybe umpire's call. But still, the umpire is convinced that was stuck outside off stump. So unsuccessful appeal by Sanjay. Fuller ball this time and driven over extra covers, approaching the boundary, and it is a boundary. So 4 runs, just minimizing the number of runs required for the West Zone. And Raja is here with me in the commentary box, trying to finish off this innings. Raja, how delightful has this chase been by the West Zone batsmen? What a contrast in terms of approach and in terms of batsmanship when we compare the West Zone and the North Zone.
Absolutely, JD. We talked about this offline, and I think the way West Zone has approached the batting, I think, is absolutely the way you should approach any game. And they were not thinking about we just need 3 runs and over or 4 runs and over. They were playing their game. They were going after their bad balls, and then I'm more impressed with how well they played the good balls. I think that's where the key is. I think we know that the North team played every ball as a good ball, which was a big problem, and I think that was detrimental to their own game because they couldn't put as much score on the board, knowing that West Zone had such a good, strong batting lineup. So tactics need to be changed. But I'm at least glad that these guys are fighting back. They're still talking about a couple more wickets, and you might still be back in the game. But I think it's too late now. With all the experience these guys have, like 600 years between all of them, I think they can easily figure out how to chase from here with 6 wickets in hand and try to get 10 runs. Oh, now it's just 2 runs remaining. Anyways, so it's all. Do you want to say something? But absolutely, North can take probably not just a page, but probably have the book from West Zone to figure out how to play their next game, because that's what is really needed. We believe that there is a new bowler, and it's going to be Himanshu Patel, who's the 14th man. I'm at least glad. I mean, what Dilip did really good was gave opportunities for all his bowlers and rotated all his bowlers. So, I mean, a lot of people can question his captaincy or how he could have done, what he could have done differently, but it doesn't matter if your bowlers are bowling 2 bad balls and over. Like we saw that happening all throughout the game. They couldn't execute on the bowling front. They couldn't execute on the batting front. Clearly, West Zone were the better team today, and they're going to get the victory because of that.
Yes, absolutely. And I agree with you, Raja. On a positive note, I think what the North Zone can learn from this innings is how to approach batting on this pitch. That's something they can learn from the West Zone. And like you pointed out, Raja, I think what Dilip has done a good job with is ensure that every one of his bowlers got a decent spell. And now they're familiar with the conditions, familiar with the pitch, and they're all warmed up. They're prepared. They have a good understanding of the conditions now for the remaining 2 matches. As Himanshu comes in to bowl, a tossed up ball this time that has been defended.
So I talked to Darshan offline, and I also talked to Parag, and they believe that the wicket played very different in the morning, and they're kind of glad that the game started a little late. But I'm not sure. Sometimes it's all about the approach itself. If you that should be the winning runs. But I just want to finish my thought that they felt like the pitch was playing very, very different in the morning, and they felt like that's why they were not able to put any runs on board in the morning. But we saw the game. We saw how they batted. We didn't see the daring or the dashing that's needed. I mean, were the West Zone ever threatened by anything that the North Zone did? Absolutely not. On the contrary, the North Zone were put on their back foot by Sanjeeva and Ozar, and that they made them. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Balbir played a great inning. Sanjeeva played a great inning, and absolutely, they approached the game right. So I think that's why they deserve to win the game today. And it was a complete win. Number 14, right? I mean, we said we don't know who he was, and number 14, Sanjeeva, was absolutely terrific on the field. He anytime the ball went to him, he dove, and the ball never got past him. So there were things that the West Zone did, which were way better than what the North Zone did.
Absolutely, Raja. A lot of learnings for both teams, but important learnings for the North Zone in terms of what they need to do to stay alive in this tournament, to have any chance of winning this tournament, is how to approach your batting innings specifically, something they can learn from the West Zone. And the West Zone seems like they have a very, very good team. They've been very impressive today. Their batting has been classy, especially Ozair and Sanjeeva. Sanjeeva has been so impressive. If there are two players that have impressed me, one has been Sanjeeva, and the other has been Dasrath from the West Zone, who at the age of 65 is still firing down those Yorkers and quick-paced, nippy deliveries that trouble the North Zone batsman. He took 3 wickets today. So it's going to be a close call between Sanjeeva and Dasrath as far as who the man of the match is for today's innings. But don't go anywhere. Please join us for the post-match presentation, where we get thoughts from both captains. We also have an interview with the man of the match. Please join us in a few minutes.
Can you hear us?
Persistence, you can give me credit.
Hear us now? Hear us now? Okay, good, I got it.
It's gone.
Now?
Now it's on.
Now? 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 Okay, good.
Good to go?
So, एक मिनट, मनोज ये लाइव स्ट्रीम जा रहा है?
If you want to lead something and be successful, you gotta be 100% fair. And I really like Ramesh called me for Hassan, and then he put something on. That's the only thing I'm not gonna share. I will share everybody else.
Folks, welcome to the post-match presentation. We've had a tremendous day of cricket here at the MUSA Stadium. I'm going to have first Dilip, the losing captain, with me, losing captain of the North Zone. Dilip, can you please join me? Maybe 6 feet apart, following COVID protocols. Dilip, just a couple of questions to you, right? First of all, how was your experience playing at the MUSA Stadium and coming to Houston, flying from Boston?
So this is our first game of the season. Right, we were actually doing all the indoor practice and all those. So this was wonderful experience with the stadium. The wicket was not expected. Like we were not expecting that it would stay low and all those. But overall, I think wicket played well. If we would have bowled that in proper places, the match would have been different.
So, do you think the fact that most of the players in the North Zone play on AstroTurf and matting had anything to do with the result today? The fact that they're not familiar with the turf pitch?
Of course, because we have AstroTurf and where the ball actually after hitting the pitching, right? So it actually comes very nicely on the bat. Here we have to keep waiting, and that's not we have experience, right? For the last 2 years, last year was COVID protocol. So this was very tough to basically bat, but for Mark is like a straight bat. So for him is like he actually saved us and got this 170 runs. So it was really good.
Do you think the total that you had, 174, was below par? Do you think you're satisfied with the score? Could you have done better in the batting department?
So definitely, right? A couple of batsmen actually got unlucky. Right? Shahid and Mark and myself.
And yourself, one of the key batsmen.
So that was the definitely key factor. But again, I would say like if our bowler would have bowled on the right area, because this wicket is very hard. That would have been.
I think the bowlers definitely created a few opportunities, but on the positive, I'm sure you had a lot of learnings playing this game. A lot of bowlers were able to bowl consistently long spells. Something to look forward to in the next couple of games.
Definitely means this game actually went all the way up to 20, so which is really good. West has a really good side and good batsmen, and we basically got them all the way up to 48 overs, so which is really nice actually.
Absolutely. Good luck going forward. Commiserations for the loss, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Let's have the winning captain, the captain of the West Zone, Janak Patel, all the way from LA. Janak bhai, how are you doing?
Good. How about you?
Congratulations on the first victory of the tournament.
Thank you.
You must be very proud of the West Zone team, the way that they batted specifically, but also the way they bowled and restricting a strong North Zone team to a below par total.
Yeah, I mean, this is a whole new team for us, and people from Northern California, Southern California, and I found out a lot of talent in a lot of people, and they all bowl at the right places. We got a lot of bowling options. That was good to have. Sometimes it does get confusing because you want to keep track to everyone, but overall, our boys did a very good job. Restricting them to 170. Before we started, the way I knew Northern California team, Northern team, I knew they had some good batting power. But luckily, we got few key batsmen out earlier that put them a lot of pressure on them. So we could restrict them at 170, and 170 was very easy target for us, the lineup we have.
Absolutely. And on while I was on commentary, I said Janak Patel, who plays consistently in Division 1 in California, is someone who's very fearless with your bowling. So you've always been a very fearless bowler, especially that I've seen. And that's something that we could see in the approach of the team. It was very fearless in their batting, fearless in their bowling, making sure that you take those risks. That's something that we in the commentary box thought was missing with the North Zone. So how happy are you with the approach, especially batsmen? The way that they approached the innings, they were aggressive right from the outset. Run rate was never an issue for you guys. I think that pretty much set the tone for you guys for the innings, and I'm sure probably the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, the guys, all the guys we had fighting meeting earlier, and that's what I told them. It's not about winning or don't try to prove anything. Just play your game, have a lot of fun. And they all were in very happy mood, and they all were playing 100%, and that's the result we got. So yeah, I tend to continue that, especially tomorrow we have a big game, and now we got all the players on board with me. Just play fearless and do your best, take your chances. Cricket is a game of chance, right?
Absolutely. Congratulations, Janak
Thank
bhai.
you so much.
You seem to be, the West Zone seems to be the favorites for the tournament. So looking forward to the game tomorrow between the West Zone and the South Zone. We're going to be the two favorites for the tournament.
Yes, looking forward to
Congratulations.
that
Looking
game.
forward to tomorrow.
Thank
you,
you.
Janak.
All right.
And now, folks, we're going to have the man of the match, a beautiful innings by Sanjeeva Veerasinghe. Sanjeeva, can you please join me? Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I was just telling in the commentary box how you reminded everyone in the commentary box of Mahela Jayawardene in your stroke play. How happy were you with the innings today, and just those sublime drives and sweeps and all those stroke play that we saw and you entertained us with?
Yeah, happy to get some runs in the first game. So, and openers gave a good start, and we just continued, and I had a good partnership with two down and myself. So it was quite comfortable because from both ends we were getting runs, so it was never pressure. So, and our run rate, we were up on the run rate all the time, so it was easy to bat on.
So we from the commentary box, and I'm sure the spectators and the players that played as well, felt that this pitch was a little tricky to bat on. The way you guys batted it, you guys made it seem like it was an easy pitch to bat on. But what's your take on the pitch? Was it easy to bat on? Was it just the approach that you had in terms of being aggressive right from up front that made it easy for you guys to bat?
Yeah, so we put the bad ball away, so that made everything easy. So the good balls, so we played and we were playing straight down the
this evening, yes.
Cross. So whenever the bad ball comes, we put it away. So we were always on top of the run. So it was kind of a tricky wicket, but you had to adapt to play in different wickets. So it was not difficult, but it was kind of tricky.
Absolutely, and not just with your batting, but some of us noticed your electric fielding, and I think you had a couple of runouts as well in the first innings. So very impressive fielding. So looking forward to seeing you through the tournament. I'm sure more scores, and West Zone is going to rely on you. It was very important for you to play the innings that you did, especially having lost Parag, another one of your stalwarts early on in the innings. So great innings. Congratulations for the win, and looking forward to see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Likewise.
Thank you, folks.
ये डोर लॉक करने वाले हैं क्या?
ये वाला?